I'm leveling up my stats on a deserted island. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 301 Broken Anchor Line. It was still the familiar interface between the Earth and space. The blue ocean was like a large sapphire, floating quietly in the universe, emitting the luster of life. After so many years, the changes on the Earth were actually quite big. The western continent was destroyed by the World Hunter. Above the atmosphere, you can see the devastation after the nuclear bomb explosion. The intensity of the Third World War exceeded Zhang Ming's imagination. The hydrogen bomb has become a conventional weapon. Now the entire western continent is in the process of reconstruction. Fortunately, the eastern continent is still intact. As long as the scientific and technological system is not extinct and the industry is complete, humans are like weeds. As long as they are not extinct, they will always grow again in the spring breeze, one after another. At this moment, Zhang Ming found the second candidate recognized by Gaia consciousness, Qin Yui, like a statue that has lost its luster. Old Qin, he felt a little sad. The person is gone, and Zhang Ming didn't have time to say a word to him. Everything has been blown away by the wind and rain. As for Qin Yui's merits and demerits, there are not many details known, so Zhang Ming cannot make an evaluation, but he believes that history will give Qin Yui a fair evaluation. I will burn a stick of incense for you after I go back. Zhang Ming felt a whim in his heart, but he could not contact a common people through Gaia consciousness. Zhang Ming could only contact his old friend Wang Fumin again to ask him what happened to cause his whim. Lao Wang was in a meeting in the office. When he found that Gaia consciousness was contacting him, he immediately disbanded the meeting. He saw Zhang Ming's red eyes and his haggard look, and he was shocked. Zhang Ming asked, "How is the Earth?" "It's going well on the Earth. Nothing special happened." "But is it going well on your side? Why do you look so bad?" Lao Zhang smiled bitterly. "I escaped from the abyss successfully, but I got the realization again. It's been 2 months. Fortunately, I can still endure it. I may return to Earth after a few decades." Derealization. Wang Fumin's pupils shrank slightly. Although Zhang Ming said it lightly, he had heard about this terrible disease from the snake people. The mortality rate is 100%. Yes, it is directly 100%. Zhang Ming said again, "I hope you can pay attention to my relatives. I only have that one relative left. The others can only be regarded as distant relatives." After asking this question, his heart beat violently and he clenched his fists with such force that the color of his palms turned purple. "Okay, I'll call and ask now." Wang Fumin is in a high position and is busy with all kinds of things. It is impossible for him to pay attention to how Zhang Ming's sister is doing. Anyway, it can't be bad. As for his old friend, Lu Tuiyu, he died 3 years ago. As for Zhang Ming's niece and great-grandson, they are really distant relatives and there is almost no affection for them. 3 minutes later, Wang Fumin came back online. His face looked a little ugly, and he didn't know how to tell this unfortunate fact to his friend who had inauthenticity. The number of people with derealization is as rare as that of extraordinary people. Generally, they die within a month. Lao Zhang has been enduring for 2 months. He was very hesitant, fearing that his condition would be aggravated if he told me. "Just tell me directly. I am already this age. Sooner or later, that day will come. I am also mentally prepared. Even if you lie to me, what's the point? Look, I have a premonition." Zhang Ming tried to force a smile on his face. "She has organ failure and is being rescued in the hospital." Wang Fumin sighed. People of Lao Wang's age have long experienced separation and death, and even experienced too much in the war. "I have booked a plane ticket and will go there to visit you. If you have anything, just come to me directly. Don't be afraid of trouble, then trouble you." Zhang Ming went offline, covering his forehead, his heart pounding. But there was not a single tear in his eyes. Even though he knew that he should feel uncomfortable at this moment, it seemed like an inertia in his memory. He didn't feel sad at all. The terrifying derealization deprived him of his emotions. Everything was meaningless. Everything was a cage. He was trapped in a vast void. Zhang Ming was very uncomfortable at the moment. What he remembered was different from his current psychological fluctuations. Contradictions, depression and various complex emotions accumulated in his chest, but he couldn't feel anything. "Am I still me?" He couldn't help but return to the deck. took a deep look at the blue ocean, and suddenly had the impulsive idea of jumping into the sea and ending it all. It seemed that as long as he jumped into the sea, everything would be relieved. He looked at the wrinkled sausage-like old dog lying on its back, basking in the sun, and raised his middle finger with a fake smile. The dog is still strong. Why am I in a hurry? This is your conspiracy, Suidan. You want to torture me slowly, right? Zhang Ming cursed at the sky and the sea, and turned back to the cabin. The next 3 days may be the most difficult 3 days in Zhang Ming's life. He didn't sleep or eat, just waiting. For a superhuman, not sleeping for 3 days is a piece of cake. But these 3 days were really hard to sleep and eat, and my eyes were red. Mental illness and the disaster in reality overlapped and turned into deep mockery. He made a phone call from time to time, and finally received the bad news. I'm sorry, I tried all kinds of means, but I still couldn't save her. Wang Fumin sighed. 137 years old is considered a long-lived old man in this era. After all, most people don't have the qualifications to practice. She has many children and grandchildren, so there's nothing to regret. We will take care of her in the future. Are you okay? I don't know. Zhang Ming felt at this moment as if he had lost his favorite beautiful pearl in his life. But something actually blocked his desire to find the pearl. He didn't feel sad at all. Please, feel sad for a while. Zhang Ming deeply felt the dividing line between humans and gods. The war between humans and demons is like a galaxy apart, beyond the distance of the plane. Others use light speed to attack, while he is shooting arrows there. Humans cannot challenge the dimension of demons. Facing the horrible crushing, he was powerless to resist and retreated step by step. When he found that he had lost the pearl, his heart was too lazy to beat more. What a mess, Lao Zhang. People of Limang's era lived in this kind of despair. Are you ready to take on the baton of the times? The number of distant relatives is increasing, and there is no need to take care of them all the time. People still have to rely on themselves, instead of relying on a title to get benefits all the time. That's just a parasite in society. A smile appeared on Zhang Ming's pale face, and he talked about a topic that he had no interest in. The birth rate of children is 2% now, right? The birth rate in some areas is 3%, or even 4%. Lao Wang saw the heavy death in Zhang Ming's eyes. The gray-black death was baring its fangs and claws, overflowing from the 7 orifices, corroding the body of this powerful friend, torturing his spirit, and turning him into a machine without any vitality. But Lao Wang is not a psychologist, and there is no way. For derealization, all civilizations have no solution. He could only bite the bullet and chat for a few words. Now everything is rebuilt, the losses caused by the world hunters are too severe, and the amount of funds consumed for reconstruction is too large. The government does not have so much tax revenue, so it can only do the old things again. Real estate. Wang Fumin smiled bitterly. The framework of this coalition government is stable and long-term, and there should not be much change in the short term. These member states also cooperate in competition. The public's expectations are the same, so the real estate in some stable areas is soaring. Only in this way can the government get a large amount of funds in a short period of time for post-disaster reconstruction work. Does selling land make money? Times are really a cycle. Zhang Ming heard something familiar and couldn't help but smile. I didn't expect that 100 years later, this familiar content still exists. The world is really amazing. Wang Fumin added, but what's even more strange is that the collection of the global rich tax is being gradually abolished. In fact, the rich tax is the political legacy left by Qin Yue. At that time, the world was iron-blooded and unified, and the rich had no way to escape, so they could only be taxed. But now, the coalition government is just an alliance, and they can run back and forth between countries. They are still developing real estate taxes, but they have abolished the rich tax, Zhang Ming said helplessly. If you think about it carefully, it's not surprising. The rich must like to develop in places with low taxes. The rich also bring jobs. As long as there is competition between countries, this tax is really difficult to collect. This may be the way of man, not to give up what is not enough to give to the rich. Zhang Ming found that from the perspective of grand narrative, his mind was actually very clear. What is human like? Some things based on the bones cannot be corrected. He watched the fire from the other side of the river and knew it clearly. As the saying goes, a dog can change its eating habits. Human beings should be like this. The traps they have encountered before will fall into the same traps again. It's just that in terms of personal feelings, there is a serious deviation, and his joys, sorrows, Anger and happiness are slowly disappearing. Obviously, this is not a normal human thought, because grand narratives and personal trivia are often contradictory. The brilliance of civilization, the evolution of life, and the evolution history of hundreds of millions of civilizations are the most extensive grand narratives. The next level is the national grand narrative, the feelings of family and country. Then it goes down all the way. And finally becomes the trivial matters between humans. At this time, there is something terrifying to think about, that is, every time you go down a level, as time goes by, those extremely bad and extremely infuriating things will suddenly become insignificant, like ants. How many people died, and I became less and less concerned. Isn't this the state of Darwinism? Chapter 302 I'll help you find some things. For Lao Zhang, who doesn't socialize much, he has a strong resistance to the current state of loss of personal emotions and is unwilling to focus only on grand narratives. He sighed softly. Is there anything special? Seeing that he was in a bad mood, Wang Fumin told another real hell joke. In a small country in the West, in order to develop the economy, romance movies have reappeared. Some things, I don't know how to say it. You say it is completely harmless to social development. It seems not to be the case. To say that it is very harmful to social development, there is no such need. Capital is like this. The greatest good of capital is the buffer between people, otherwise a lot of forces will act directly on people. The greatest evil of capital is putting the cart before the horse. As long as there is profitable things, someone will do it. Is the drift bottle still usable? If it can be used, I will send you a copy. Girls in this era seem to be more beautiful than in the past. Zhang Ming smiled bitterly again. He was almost 150 years old and was still watching romance movies. Forget it, I'm afraid the bottle will never come back. Let me keep the drift bottle as a souvenir, and I will return it to you when I come back. The craftsmen of Honggang civilization all said that it was very likely that it would not be able to complete the next trip, and Zhang Ming didn't need to bet on this. I feel relieved after hearing your words, Wang Fumin nodded. He was actually a little worried. After a long silence, he said, if you have anything to say, you can talk to me. I'll be with you anytime. Take care, let's talk next time. Zhang Ming waved his hand and left Gaia's consciousness space. After Wang Fumin regained consciousness, he rubbed his temples and looked at the dark clouds outside the window. The sky in July seemed a little hot. The climate outside the window changed abruptly. Rumble, thunderstorms came. This is a vibrant season. There are cold popsicles, refreshing iced soda, girls dancing lightly in skirts on the streets, and cicadas chirping on the trees. The distant western continent is being rebuilt vigorously. Although there are various internal contradictions, human civilization is indeed developing rapidly. But Lao Wang never thought that Zhang Ming, a god who came down from heaven, would one day be lost in the sea of demons. This news made him feel cold all over, so that he was a little overwhelmed at the first time and lit a cigarette. He actually didn't have much of a smoking habit, he just smoked when he was under a lot of pressure. He had many friends, but at this moment, no one could share this kind of pressure. Finally, he let out a long sigh. Zhang Ming opened his eyes, still in the familiar energy room. After calling his friend, his mental state did not improve. The fact that his sister had passed away made him subconsciously want to do something, even just cry. He wondered anxiously, the veins on his forehead bulged, and his hands clenched into fists, trying to find back what was taken away by the demon. He was sweating profusely from anxiety, and the unspeakable pain attacked his heart like waves, but was blocked by a solid dam. But, mortal, how can you defeat an invisible enemy? Zhang Ming returned to the bedroom, found the letter his sister had written before, and read it word by word. Brother, hello. She always started with such a sentence, making Lao Zhang really look old. His sister is a very literary person, and the occasional letters are quite full of life. I bought a ginkgo tree and planted it in the yard of the community. When I saw this sentence, I felt a little psychological fluctuation. But it was just a little bit, like a dragonfly touching the water, not painful or itchy. Zhang Ming felt that he was a walking corpse, and the dead ocean was his final grave. No matter how hard he struggled, he could not escape the fate of becoming a corpse. Then Zhang Ming flicked his finger lightly, releasing an electric current, and the nail of his index finger was lifted, and bright red blood flowed on the fingertips. Hiss! With the help of pain, Zhang Ming finally shed a crystal tear, which rolled down his cheek and fell to the ground, just like crocodile tears, and it was only for pain. The horror of derealization is nothing more than this, losing reality, losing oneself, and losing everything. Zhang Ming sighed deeply. He still had one last trick, the memory library. Many memories, including the emotions and feelings generated at that time, were recorded in the memory library. But he did not dare to open the memory library rashly, because derealization was like a virus, constantly polluting his spiritual will. He can only use it when he can no longer hold on. Once the memory library is polluted, many precious things can never be found again. Excuse me, what trouble did you encounter? The golden gourd floated quietly behind him. The golden light emitted by the gourd is the only color that Zhang Ming can see besides black and white. I am constantly losing some precious pearls, and the lost pearls can never be found again. I don't even want to look for them, which seems very strange and makes me extremely anxious. Zhang Ming paused and sighed slightly. In fact, he did not believe in the gourd. Even though the gourd has always behaved harmless, his vigilance is still there. But who can he complain to? In Lao Wang's eyes, he is the pillar of Earth civilization, as if no difficulty can stump him, a transcendent. In Xiao Bei's eyes, he is the invincible Emperor Zhang. In the eyes of Shimama and Bai Zhen, who have witnessed countless births, aging, illnesses and deaths, a person who has swallowed the rules of the demon god should not collapse because of a little mental illness. But the surging emotions were like a flood blocked by a dam, not a drop could be released. There was no light in Zhang Ming's eyes, as if he was an old man who was about to die. I understand how you feel. Hulu said softly, but I can't solve derealization. This is not caused by me. I can tell you how derealization appears. I saw a line extending to the deepest part of the deep sea. The appearance of this line is also closely related to your own thoughts. It is the power of the whole world. I can't get rid of that line. I'm sorry, why do you tell me this? Just because it's interesting? Isn't it better to watch me die quietly and then collect my body for me? Zhang Ming's words were actually quite aggressive. Hulu hesitated for a while before explaining. I can tell you that the end of derealization is the state of the demon god, long-cherished wish. There is no color in its eyes, and it cannot understand emotions and me. Other people's wishes are all it can accept. I tell you this because I haven't been very happy recently. They all are hostile to me, but I can't explain it. If you make a wish, I can help you find some things. Don't think my behavior is strange, because I was in a similar state in the past, and I had to rely on other people's wishes to gain some mobility. Although I am very weak now, I am still a little different from the past. Zhang Ming opened his mouth. Should I believe it? There are many unsolved mysteries on this golden gourd. But at this moment, he has lost his curiosity. The emotions that have accumulated for a long time are like a precarious barrier lake, which is getting more and more blocked. He fell into a deeper void, and his cold reason and the remaining human instincts started a crazy fight. In the end, Zhang Ming touched the letter papers, and the memories of the past came up sporadically, making him make a choice. I can't forget these things, no matter who I ask for help. I make a wish, please help me. The chatterbox gourd, whose life is very unhappy, was in a good mood and sang a clear and pleasant song. I couldn't understand which ancient ballad it was. Zhang Ming's eyelids gradually drooped. He had not rested for a long time and was close to collapse. The song gradually soothed him. He fell into a deep dream. You should study hard in high school and get into a good university. You will be relieved when you get into university. You will have time to fall in love by then. Your father and I will not object. The college entrance examination will be in another year. This is the last year. Work harder and get more points. I'm going to the store. You watch your sister and ask her to do her homework well. Don't look up the answers on the computer and copy them down. People's joys and sorrows are different. Zhang Ming only felt that his parents' voices were very noisy. Zhang Ming scratched his head and looked at his hands. The rough marks caused by long-term labor and wear were gone. Instead, he had a pair of white and tender hands in his student days. Only the index and middle fingers had two calluses caused by holding a pen frequently. I always felt something was wrong. I, Emperor Zhang Ming, was reborn? Old Zhang looked around, his heart pounding. It was a scorching summer. The air was hot and windless, the willow branches were listless, the cement road was so hot that it was smoking, and an egg thrown on the road might be roasted. He was about to be a senior in high school, and he was in a premature love affair. During the summer vacation, it seemed that he had a date with a girl. Zhang Ming touched himself, and all his abilities disappeared. He became an ordinary person. Everything he had experienced seemed to be just a not-so-wonderful dream. Did you hear that? Zhang Ming, Mom called impatiently at the door. I'm going to the store. You take care of your sister. I heard it, Zhang Ming said perfunctorily. Bang! With a light sound, the door was closed, and Mom left. Zhang Ming was thinking in his heart, this was a dream, the stories that happened in the past were indeed true, and the purpose of his coming here was just to find something back. Only the age of youth when there is nothing else, an ordinary day, nothing happened. Chapter 303 The Best Day of Life. While talking to himself, Zhang Ming found that his body was moving on its own. Like a thief, he tiptoed into the room. This was a story that had happened in his memory. Zhang Ming stretched out his index finger and flicked the collagen-filled face of his sister, who was doing homework. A red dot popped out, and the touch was quite good. His sister's face was very elastic. Ahem, a junior high school student, a girl who just started the second year of junior high school in the second half of the year, a 14-year-old minor, is really not cute at all. Anyway, compared with his girlfriend, she is really not beautiful at all, has a bad temper, and is not cute. What are you doing? The younger sister pushed Zhang Ming's dirty hands away fiercely, her curved eyebrows slightly wrinkled, and she looked like she was grinning. Borrow some money, Zhang Ming said. The younger sister was stunned, her eyes widened, and she subconsciously protected her pink wallet, which contained precious private money. She was like a mother cat protecting her cubs, and her whole body was arched. Zhang Ming seemed shameless, whistling and shaking his hips happily. It turned out that he was already a mental patient when he was in high school. By the way, why do girls have more pocket money than boys? This is a big question. It may be related to the parents' concept of raising sons poorly and daughters well. In short, the pocket money of his sister has always been more than his. I won't lend it to you. You may not pay it back if you borrow it. Her voice became sharp and she refused righteously. When did I not pay it back? And I have a use for it. Buy a cup of milk tea and watch a movie, Zhang Ming begged humbly, without any superior demeanor. Oh, buy milk tea. Buying milk tea and watching a movie has a special meaning. The younger sister immediately showed an interested look, her curved eyes were like crescents, and her voice lowered. Show me what she looks like, and I will lend you money if you show me. What's her name? Is she pretty? Have you kissed her? Junior high school students of this era really know everything. No kiss, lend me some money, or I'll be late, the sister muttered something, complaining. Zhang Ming kept urging her, almost kneeling down. After a long time, the sister finally took out a pink bag from her pocket and took out a 50-yuan bill. Take it, look at your behavior. Even if you show me the photo, you can't do it. Just keep it as a treasure, I'll tell Mom later. Zhang Ming rolled his eyes. You are so stingy, I will return it to you if I don't need it. I just want to be on the safe side and lend you some money. I have some savings myself. He showed the wallet in his hand. In addition to some change, there was also a red 100-yuan bill. A full 100 yuan, not a small amount. Dating in student days is so cheap. After all, it is just an age when you don't need to consider anything except youth. He walked out of the room, went down the stairs, humming a little tune, and rode out on a small electric donkey. In an ordinary small county town with a population of 500,000 or 600,000, only a few streets are relatively prosperous, with cinemas, KFC and other service places, and it is possible to meet acquaintances. Zhang Ming specially brought a sun hat and a mask. Fortunately, it was indeed popular to wear masks in those years, so this outfit was not uncommon. Why is there a hint of green in this hat? Zhang Ming, who was watching, was surprised and found this detail and fell into deep thought. When he came to the door of KFC, he found that the girl was already waiting inside. She only ordered a bag of French fries, eating them slowly one by one, but her bright eyes glanced outside the glass from time to time. When she saw Zhang Ming coming, a faint smile appeared on her face, but she quickly restrained it, pretending that she didn't see anything, and continued to eat French fries there. Girls naturally have to be more reserved. In fact, she kept glancing at the boy who was busy on the electric car with a corner of her eye. Zhang Ming was naturally very anxious to death. But he suddenly found that the kickstand of the electric bike was broken, so he kept tinkering with it. When I was young, I was always impatient and couldn't see the specific details. Later, I even slowly forgot the original feeling. It was on this ordinary day that Zhang Ming ushered in the best moment of his life. He had both parents, a harmonious relationship with his sister, a simple love, a 100-yuan bill in his hand. The college entrance examination was still a little far away, and he had a lot of free time. Time has passed, and looking back suddenly, this is the best moment in his life, no one else. After discovering this, Zhang Ming suddenly felt sour in his heart. Now he has only martial arts, and nothing else. He is on a small boat and is anchored by the demon. As long as he's alive, he must fight against it endlessly. Yes, he has nothing. Nothing. As he shed tears, the picture freezes directly at this moment, and a mysterious voice comes over. Please keep your emotions stable, otherwise I don't have enough ability to maintain this dream. You haven't found everything yet, okay? Zhang Ming could only wipe away his tears and take a few deep breaths. The screen started playing again. The next thing was simple. He took his first love girlfriend to the cinema and watched a very interesting movie, The Great Fleet of Deep Space. Originally, he wanted to take advantage of the dark environment and go straight away to solve the next thing. Unexpectedly, the movie was so good that he accidentally indulged in it. When he came to his senses, the lights in the cinema had already lit up. The audience left one after another, and the two of them discussed the plot of the movie casually. There is no way, if the opportunity is missed, it will never come back. You are such a waste, Zhang Ming cursed in his heart. The last is the most classic scene, in the afternoon when the sun sets, because he has to go home for dinner, the time to leave soon comes. Happy times are always short. The air conditioner in the big shopping mall made people feel cool. The girl took out a beige sweater from the bag she carried with her and put it on. She looked at Zhang Ming with a smile, and there seemed to be a light flashing in her eyes. She bit her lip and wanted to say something, but there are some things that girls can't speak first, right? However, at this moment, Zhang Ming was in a hurry and his brain had a big problem. He thought to himself that he couldn't do bad things in a fair and above-board way. Since he couldn't take the next step, he suddenly blurted out, Can I bury my head in your yellow sweater? I like your yellow sweater very much." She was stunned for a moment, a faint blush appeared on her face, and she clenched her fists again and lowered her head. Of course not, the dream began to become blurred. Zhang Ming opened his eyes and found himself back in his familiar bedroom. He suddenly broke free from the feeling of being paralyzed by the ghost. The empty and cold suffocation disappeared all of a sudden. The emotions found a breakthrough, like a flood that broke through the dam, and poured out with a splash. The emotions in his mind surged, and Zhang Ming breathed in the air in big gulps, as if he was a dying fish, seizing every opportunity to breathe oxygen, and his chest rose and fell. The dream just now, happiness, regret, and joy, mixed together, really made people feel mixed. The horror of derealization is nothing more than this. Its power is endless and almost incurable. The current emotions are just an illusion of crazy release after accumulating for too long. The small guard floated in front of his eyes and whispered, "I helped you find your precious things. Things that are found are not so easy to be taken away. You can use this memory as the main anchor on the spiritual level to delay the invasion of derealization. How are you going to thank me?" It seemed to be in a good mood and started the long-lost nonsense literature. "Although I reached a deal with Suitin, it does not prevent me from helping you. Because that deal has no time limit, I have enough patience to wait slowly. Now, Suitin pretends to be a ghost and puts the blame on me, which makes me very unhappy, so I helped you." After Zhang Ming took a breath, he felt that his emotional fluctuations were slightly normal, at least not as cold as before. He didn't know how long this so-called normal would last. He just took a deep breath, and his mind was turning rapidly. He thought of the dream entering technique he got from the faceless monster of the abyss. It is indeed possible to use the dream just now as a fulcrum to reinforce it into a spiritual anchor, and it must be done as soon as possible. Otherwise, in the blink of an eye, he will forget what he found. To be conservative, Lao Zhang still said shamelessly, "If I lose it again next time, can I ask for your help?" Xiao Hulu seemed to be in a good mood, and his whole body was shining with golden light. "Of course. But you have to know that memory recall also has side effects. It will solidify your cognition, but it may make you indulge in old memories, and then you will never want to wake up again. So you have to rely more on the ability to weave dreams to delay." "How are you going to thank me?" Xiao Hulu said. "How are you going to thank me twice in a row?" Maybe it means that he is not satisfied with the old treatment? After all, this guard came uninvited and was just a casual acquaintance with all the crew members on the ship. Recently, it had also suffered from cold violence. Only Xiaobei felt a little sorry for it, and Brother Hao, a guy with no IQ, was a little close to it. Zhang Ming pondered for a while, and he could actually come up with a series of dark conspiracy theories. An idea is completely unpredictable, And no matter how cautious you are, it is not excessive. But no matter what, you should be grateful. He said meaningfully, we have always made wishes to you, and now I also want to give you a few wishes. What do you want me to do? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 304, Building a Dream Firewall. The gourd monster seemed to be hearing such a magical thing for the first time. The golden light on the complex patterns flickered a few times, and it seemed very happy. It asked without hesitation, then I'm not welcome. I want to know what happened in the back of this story that led to your breakup with that girl. Didn't you like her very much at that time? Why didn't you have children? According to the tradition, you shouldn't have given birth to many children and live a happy life. How could it be such gossip? Could it be that this gossip is the same as the stone mama and the old goat? Zhang Ming couldn't help but hold his forehead inside, because at that time, I only valued her beautiful appearance and didn't understand her inner spirit. In other words, I was attracted by her genes, and under the influence of hormones, I was indeed extremely happy at that time. I think the world without her in the future is not the world I want. After all, we were still young at that time, and we went to the same school and had a lot in common. Talking about classmates, teachers, and test scores was everything in our lives. She also deliberately showed her beautiful side to attract me, but this kind of magical happiness is short-lived. After a long time, conflicts due to incompatible personalities will erupt. Zhang Ming didn't say too many bad things. After all, in his opinion, the fuse of the breakup was that his ex-girlfriend was a little bit pretentious, which caused serious mental exhaustion for both parties. Over time, we broke up because of our inner incompatibility. Alice, it's been so long since that day, and the whole earth has changed. Everything is changing. The so-called happy life depends on how you define it. After all, desire is like a black hole, which can never be filled. Zhang Ming sorted out the letters on the table. The past stories, which did not make a single splash in history, were the most precious pearls in his heart. Even though these pearls have long withered and turned yellow with the passage of time, they are still his most precious things. Okay, it's a very strange reason. But I can almost understand why you don't have children. The gourd monster seemed very satisfied with his answer and asked again, I have another wish. I want to know why you want to bury your head in a yellow sweater? According to my observation, it is just a sweater, not a sweater. Your memory is slightly different from the scene in the dream. Why do you have to turn into a beige sweater? Isn't this the most concerned issue for She-Mama? Everyone laughs at She-Mama, and everyone is She-Mama. Zhang Ming rubbed his temples and suddenly thought of something. Did I remember it wrong? Wasn't it a beige sweater? That's right, how could I wear a sweater in the middle of summer? The beautiful memory was destroyed. He scratched the back of his head and felt like crying but couldn't. Zhang Ming replied, maybe it's because I like furry things. It's normal for the memory to be confused. This is reproduction drive, just like you are a creature driven by wishes. When others make wishes to you, you are full of action and full of joy. Humans are creatures driven by reproduction. Behaviors that are conducive to reproduction can make me happy. Even as long as the brain mistakenly believes that it is reproducing, it can make me happy. Burying your head in a sweater is a phenomenon of false reproduction. It is pleasant just by imagination. That's probably it. He felt very embarrassed. After his brain recovered a little, he actually explained academic issues to the small gourd. And the gourd monster listened with relish, looking like a curious baby. Not only humans, but many other races are creatures that run based on reproduction drive. Whether it is culture or various behavioral actions, they can all be explained by the drive for reproduction. Besides the drive for reproduction, there is another drive, the drive for survival. The drive for survival also involves various details, such as eating to get happiness, and keeping warm to get a sense of security. I have derealization disorder, and I subconsciously feel that something is wrong. It is also a survival factor that drives me to resist. The gourd was quite satisfied, and the golden light on its complex patterns bloomed. I see, that's how it is. What an interesting insight. Can I make a wish to you next time? Have you felt the joy of fulfilling wishes for others? Of course you can, provided that I'm not sick. Once you're sick, there's nothing you can do. I actually have a lot of things I want to ask you, but you need to hurry up and use the anchor point you just found to build a dream firewall. I won't bother you here for now." The golden guard floated out of the room and read the story in the book with great interest. In recent months, it has made rapid progress. At the beginning, it would make up a pure love story of a yellow-haired minotaur. Now it is even better. Of course, it is still a little happy now and can't wait to find someone to talk to. But it can't find anyone to chat with. Even the little white turtle who sympathizes with it has to practice. It is not like it has nothing to do all day long. The person who can chat with him the best at the moment is actually the crazy Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming, who has recovered a little bit of his mental value, always feels that this gourd is so leisurely, as if it has traveled to this world. Although this guy looks weak, he has all kinds of magical abilities. It is really hard to imagine what the structure inside the gourd is. Is it a bunch of tentacles? Not tentacles. The elusive gourd heard Lao Zhang's mumbling, teleported over, and said in a weird voice, "Inside the gourd is my real body. It shouldn't trigger your desire to reproduce, but it's not too ugly either, but even if you make a wish, I won't let you see it." Zhang Ming's expression gradually became awkward, and finally he could only explain, "I just want to experience the feeling of embarrassment. After all, I haven't been embarrassed for a long time after I got the realization syndrome, so that's how it is." "You're really smart," the gourd exclaimed, and said in a teasing tone, "If you want to experience embarrassment, I can tell a very embarrassing joke. Of course, here I still suggest that you quickly build a dream firewall. If you don't know how, I can help you in your dream. It's okay, I can do it myself." Zhang Ming closed his eyes, inhaled, exhaled, and used the ability of dream entering. This ability was obtained from the Faceless Man. He had never studied it seriously, but now it came in handy. Since lightning control, alienation, has been fully cultivated, it is also an innate ability when switched from the spirit column. So Zhang Ming simply switched the dream entering ability to the spirit skill column. After dream entering became an innate ability, it quickly became more handy, as if it had become an instinct. This ability is quite complicated. The abilities of the World Hunter are really strange. Zhang Ming closed his eyes and constructed the image of Xiaobei in his mind. This is called a spiritual seed, which can be projected into other people's dreams, making others dream of Xiaobei for no reason. It can also serve as a bodyguard for your own dreams. However, this Xiaobei is not smart yet, and more elements must be conceived to make its image vivid. Next, Zhang Ming constructed another simple dream turtle island. The place where he has lived for 8 years is his spiritual harbor. The mysterious valley, the great hall, the beach, the Gobi Desert, the giant coconut trees and the turtle caves, these familiar scenes are still vivid in my mind. It's just that at the outermost edge of the scene, there is another layer of gray-black fog, which is slowly invading this is derealization. The more complex, the more smart, the deeper the memory, and the more biological scenes there are, the slower the invasion of derealization. Zhang Ming spent more than 5 hours arranging the plants and gravel of the turtle island, and added quite a lot of fish to the East Bay. Then he added some turtles to the Mystic Valley. However, these fish and turtles have no spirituality, they just move randomly. The spiritual seeds require a lot of mental energy to construct, and can also be put into other dreams. This dream is equivalent to my real experience, which is an effective firewall. The derealization must first pollute this firewall before it can continue to pollute my spiritual will. Zhang Ming breathed a sigh of relief and came to the edge of the dream. The gray-black fog is spreading rapidly in the ocean, cold and dead. It only takes 20 hours to quickly pollute the entire scene. In theory, as long as the speed of my dream construction is greater than the speed of pollution, I can resist for a long time. The same is true for the memory library, but the memory library cannot be used easily until the last moment. So, Zhang Ming opened his eyes again, moved a small stool, and quietly observed Xiaobei swimming happily in the water. He tried to make Xiaobei more flexible. After all, Xiaobei's image can be interspersed in many scenes. As for Lord Shimma, who was also interspersed in multiple scenes, this stinky stone is as lewd as he wants, there is no need to observe it more. Then he looked at Brother Hao, who had just woken up. The old dog slept soundly for a whole day and just woke up sleepily at this moment. It shook its body, and its 4 short legs circled around the deck for several times. Perhaps it was exercising? The old dog was like a Yanko dance, with its front legs constantly moving forward and its hind legs constantly moving backward, stretching itself into a long sausage, with its mouth wide open, making a soul-stirring yawning expression. 2 drops of saliva dripped from its pink tongue. Whether the old dog survives or not is his anchor in a realistic sense. Brother Hao is exercising like this. He doesn't really want to outlast me, does he? Old Zhang, who has a lifespan of 130,000 years, thought to himself. Come on, Brother Hao, if we can hold on for a few more decades, we can return to Earth. Brother Hao glanced at him and seemed a little surprised that his master had come out to bask in the sun for the first time today, and also greeted him. Chapter 305, Finding a World. Stroking the old dog's fur and bathing in the afterglow of the setting sun, Zhang Ming suddenly felt a hint of happiness, even a feeling of enjoyment. The so-called happiness is indeed a result of comparison. Perhaps, he is not without everything. So he stuffed the memory of this moment into the memory library and treasured it forever. Sometimes I despise you. You are very fragile, Zhang Mama, because you will be affected by the environment and change your mind the next moment. A mere demon god far away in the sky can affect you, so don't take yourself too seriously. Even if you die one day, it doesn't matter, old Zhang said to himself. The sun still rises in the east and sets in the west, and the people on Earth still develop, but no matter what, he must find a normal world to recuperate. But all the members on the ship currently have no ability to find a world, which is very subtle. At the beginning, he was able to find the three-tailed monkey world, which was really lucky. He happened to catch a few escaped monkeys. But this kind of opportunity is not common. In this situation, even if you drift for decades, you may not be able to find a new world. Zhang Mama, have you recovered a little with the help of the gourd? The black stone rolled over arrogantly, as if it noticed Zhang Ming's troubles, and said in an old tone, there are actually quite a few hidden worlds, but there are very few willing to accept you. The stronger the creature, the less likely it is to be accepted by the world. You can destroy the ecosystem alone, why would the world accept you? Zhang Ming also knew this truth, and sighed. What about Mr. Baizel? Doesn't have a way to explore? The stone said sarcastically. Don't count on cave sheep like Yang Mama. It hasn't even seen what the world is, how can it explore? That's true, Baizan, the old guy, really can't be counted on. She Mama said again, even the demon gods find it difficult to discover the world. Only the world hunter can do this, unless we can catch a world hunter and force it to lead the way. Zhang Ming felt a little regretful. He encountered many species suspected to be world hunters in the abyss. At that time, he didn't think much about it. He just rushed forward and yelled wow, wow, wow and smashed them with an axe. As a result, he regretted it now. At this moment, he wished that a world hunter would suddenly come and overturn this ship. He definitely regarded the world hunter as a bodhisattva and worshipped him. So, the world hunter and the demon god are not from the same faction. The eyeball representing the old sheep had rolled to Zhang Ming's feet, and the flame in the eyeball was jumping. I used to think that the world hunter was the anchor of the demon god, but now I find that it is possible that we are not the ones who can catch one together to study it. Do you think it is a fish in the water? She Mama said, and Zhang Ming's current state may not be able to beat it, and even if he can beat it, it will be difficult to catch it alive. Many world hunters are intelligent, completely different from the monsters in the abyss. It's just that their intelligence is different from that of normal creatures. They are really unique. The old sheephead also knew the seriousness of the matter. It looked at the endless ocean and was silent for a long time before it uttered, "That gourd? Is there a way to find the world?" Baiza's vigilance against the gourd has not been eliminated. It seems that it is experiencing the life control of the 6 blind people by Suin, again. No matter how talented you are and how unparalleled your strategies are, in the face of the bleak reality, you can only follow the path planned by Suin. So what is this path? Asking for help from the gourd. The only way is to ask for help from this magical little gourd. Although the price is not visible at present, who knows the final result? Baiza could not tell the bitterness in his heart, and finally he could only sigh in his heart that the power of fate is really unstoppable. Sure enough, the gourd appeared at some point, and the golden light flashed. I'm sorry, I don't know the answer to this question either. I'm not omnipotent, I don't even know what the world in this realm is like. If I could enter a world myself, I might be able to think of a good way, but now, I don't know. I'm sorry. The old sheephead was silent and couldn't say anything. Who knows if you are telling the truth or a lie? The gourd brought a lot of help. The gourd is slowly gaining trust. The power from listening has been exhausted, and there is no way to judge whether it is sincere or false. If you look at it from the most malicious angle, even the old sheephead who has been dead for who knows how many years, still feels a deep chill. An invisible net interwoven by fate strangled the throat, slowly tightening, making it difficult to breathe. However, it was really helpless. The stone seemed to see its thoughts, kicked the eyeball aside, and communicated privately in spiritual language. Young mama, I tell you, when encountering this situation, there is only one word, play. 2 words, play badly. Zhang Ming has many hidden cards, you'd better not join in the fun. What is a good way to play badly? Baize heard a brand new term and asked with interest. The stinky stone rolled over and whispered, don't think about things that you can't do, and don't do tasks that you can't complete. What's the point of thinking so much? I now understand that playing badly is the truth of the world. As long as I play badly enough, I won't have any troubles. Let the young people solve their own problems. Don't you have any pursuits in life? Baize was furious and ashamed to be with this stone. As a result, the next second, Mama said stealthily, of course I have pursuits, and my pursuit is to see a beige sweater. I haven't seen a beige sweater with my own eyes, and then bury the stone in it, get lost, Baize cursed, and the scarlet eyeballs burst into a forest green flame. The black stone burned fiercely and fell into the water with a plop. The steamship continued to move rapidly in the ocean. In order to build a dream firewall and resist this reality, Zhang Ming could only sleep for a long time and wait for an opportunity. This life is quite chic, sleeping and eating and sleeping, and starting a bad career in advance. In fact, it's quite enjoyable. What human destiny, the road of civilization, compared with his own life, are all just air. In a blink of an eye, it was a month, 2 months, and 3 months. He used all his memories to build a dream firewall. Whenever he consumed these memories, he felt that his heart was like a lake that was gradually drying up, from the sparkling and active lake water in the past to the inevitable drying up, until he could see the sand and mud at the bottom of the water. Some things that had long been forgotten were dug up again. For example, a childhood friend. Who was he? What was his name? There was no way to recall it. Zhang Ming only knew that a long time ago, when he was only 6 or 7 years old, he and him rode bicycles in the community, and their hearty laughter spread throughout the community. So, the two of them were called the overlords of the community. Simple happiness occupied a small corner of memory. Then, this memory was contaminated by derealization, resisted for 2 days, and finally became a dream ruins. This dream ruins was left in the depths of my mind. For example, what was her name, was also unknown. I only remember that she was a 60-year-old aunt who loved children very much, and the children in the community called her Grandma Han. I forgot what Grandma Han looked like. I only remember that every time I met her, I would ask for a candy. This memory only lasted for 3 days, and then it disappeared. Then there was him, a primary school classmate, very rebellious, liked to talk back to the teacher in class, and had long forgotten his name. In a summer vacation, it was said that he drowned while swimming, but there was a sigh at that time. This long-forgotten classmate was also dug out by Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming thanked him for his existence and won 2 days of life for himself, and then waved goodbye to him in his dream. Every day after waking up, there is an inexplicable sense of heaviness. Hulu, will I burn everything? Now I am just consuming some marginal memories. If these marginal materials are burned out, only the core memory can be burned, and my personality will also change, right? Zhang Ming looked at the blue sky. Everything has a price. Although he still has emotions, he has to bear the analysis of the continuous loss of memory. He did not dare to say that he has a memory library and his memory is backed up. This is his last trump card. I'm sorry, I don't know what will happen. If you lose your memory, I will repeat the story after we met. I can't do anything about the previous story. The gourd monster is still in a depressed state, because no matter what it does, it can't integrate into this group. Although Zhang Ming is becoming more and more dependent on its help, his symptoms are still slowly getting worse. As for the rest of the animals, it's still the same. Why did things turn out like this? It doesn't know. As for the risks encountered along the way, in fact, the combat power on the ship is not low. Xiao base physical value of 300, plus telekinesis, the combat power may be around 500. Through the combination of various strange objects, the rune machine gun on the ship can already defeat many ordinary enemies. For slightly stronger enemies, there is also the help of Old Sheephead and Stone Mama. Although the Old Sheephead's body is on the moon, the flames released by one eye alone are enough to deter many enemies. If you really encounter a large wave of monsters, you can only let Xiaobei activate the source of the world. Chapter 306. 3 years later, another 6 years. This long tug of war soon lasted for 3 years. The calm sea, every day is almost the same, from the clouds in the sky, to the blue and black sea, to the stories that happened, to the shaky determination. People can't help but wonder if they are trapped in a certain time and space reincarnation. In the legend of a certain ancient civilization, there is a being called Weaver, who is good at weaving a substance called time yarn. It is the time yarn that wraps the world, allowing the world to hide itself and prevent the invasion of the outside world. But the time yarn is also a strong poison. When the mortal body touches the time yarn, it will enter the time and space reincarnation, and every day is exactly the same, just like rebirth again and again. Only suicide can get out of this time and space reincarnation. Well, this is naturally just a legend of a certain civilization, and it can't be taken seriously. Zhang Ming feels like a weaver, tirelessly weaving dreams to protect his core memories. At least when he's awake, his emotions are still normal. Occasionally waking up from a dream, while still in good spirits, he would jump into the seawater to clean his body. He could also spend an hour or two to make himself a delicious meal. Although the attribute points added now are really as slow as a snail, it is better than a continuous supply. Eating for a month can increase 1 year's lifespan, which is better than nothing. I have to mention that in this case of mental illness, the attribute points added by the fine-tuned Zhuangwu breathing technique have actually increased, and it automatically increases by 20 to 30 points a year. This is the first time in his life that the attribute obtained from practice is greater than the attribute obtained from food. This is the normal state of normal people, and the annual progress is extremely limited. Even the breathing technique has its limits. It is impossible to increase the attributes endlessly, otherwise it would be immortality. Even the mythical beast Zhuangwu does not have immortality, let alone humans who cannot exert 1/10 of the exquisiteness of the breathing technique. Zhang Ming does not know what the limit of the Zhuangwu breathing technique is, but he does not have to worry about it for hundreds of years. Occasionally, he would chat with little Gord with great interest. Since he needed help from others, he naturally couldn't be as perverted as Shimama, so he could only settle for the next best thing and chat about some simple issues. In fact, little Gord likes chatting very much, and he also likes the exchange of wishes proposed by Zhang Ming. It's just that it is a very embarrassing existence on the ship. The more it helps, the more serious Lao Zhang's condition becomes, the more embarrassed it becomes. The days of being thick-skinned and chatterbox who knew nothing like in the past are really gone forever. What is your evaluation of the human world? Let's develop with twists and turns. Human development will not be smooth sailing, but as long as we are alive, we will make some progress. Zhang Ming sighed. In fact, I am more and more afraid of returning to the human world. It's a weird idea. If I had followed the Honggang people at the beginning, it would have been better. In fact, it's not impossible for me to turn around and go back now. But I'm worried that my old friends will see me like this and worry about bringing disaster to the world of Honggang people. It's really worrying about gains and losses. Okay, you insulted Suidan, and have been tortured by derealization until now. Do you have any regrets? If you're given another chance, what will you choose? Will you continue to scold it? When the little guard asked this question, it felt like winking. After getting along for so long, it also knew Zhang Ming's personality. It doesn't matter if it makes a few jokes occasionally. Regret? Zhang Ming, never regret anything I do. Zhang Ming, who was temporarily sober, patted his chest and shouted, I'm going to curse Suidan again now. Fuck your rescue team. I accidentally cursed the wrong person. Zhang Ming cursed at the vast sea. Suidan, you are such a big idiot. The little guard staggered like it was drunk. This was its rare happy time. Compared to the past, your current aggressiveness needs to be improved. Zhang Ming also felt that with a long-term continuation of derealization, his associative ability had declined more than a little, and even the sharpness of his curses had decreased a lot. Finally he sighed. Actually, whether I scold it or not, it has to stick to me. It won't give up on me as an anchor, right? Secondly, scolding it feels like punching Bai's Hendong and kicking Macron. Do you know who Bai's Hendong and Macron are? They are global leaders in today's world. I rushed over with my face covered and punched and kicked them. Although I was wanted worldwide afterwards, I was still in a good mood at the time. Zhang Ming's eyes lit up. By the way, I gave it a nickname, called Sumima. From now on, I will call it Sumima. The little guard has been laughing. It may think that this guy's brain circuit is different from that of ordinary people. He is in this state, But he dares to provoke the powerful Sumama. I am very satisfied with your answer, because I also want to scold it. It is obviously the one who did the bad thing, but it threw the dirty water on me, but I can't clear this suspicion. Now it's your turn to make a wish. It can only be a small wish. I want to know how to cut off the line that is anchoring me. After such a long contact, Zhang Ming also almost knows what is a big wish and what is a small wish. Anything involving the existence of the gourd itself is a big wish. Even if it is in a good mood, it will most likely refuse to describe its own things. Other information is mostly just small wishes for it and is not worth mentioning. The gourd thought for a while and said sincerely, according to the current situation, it is difficult for you to do this, because your mental state has always been very bad. There are many methods that you can't use. I can't tell you these methods. Most of them are related to the devil. Asking for the help of the devil is just jumping from one fire pit to another. When you find a suitable world for recuperation and your mental state is good enough, I will help you. Is that so? It seems that this little gourd doesn't know all my cards. Zhang Ming thought of a way in his mind to forcibly devour the second rule of the space-time worm and cut off this anchor. As a demon god-level existence, the time and space worm can't even cut a small fishing line. However, on the one hand, he doesn't have too much energy to pick up the miscellaneous demon god rules. On the other hand, his mental state is too bad. The current mental value is only a pitiful 1,000 points. He can see this life-saving straw but can't touch it. The mental state of the collapse artist Zhang Ming is getting worse and worse. In order to maintain rationality, the time of awakening is getting shorter and shorter, from waking up every 3 days, to waking up every 5 days, and then to waking up every 7 days. The most powerful legendary warrior of human civilization, the extraordinary person of this world community, can't fight against invisible enemies. The light of man, in the face of extremely powerful natural disasters, is just a faint light. However, one day, Zhang Ming suddenly found that he actually had insomnia. Insomnia is a common psychological disease among the symptoms of lost people. As the name suggests, they will suffer from insomnia and can't fall asleep. In fact, this problem is considered light. After all, those who dare to come to the Sea of Demons to adventure are basically strong people. If they don't rest for 10 days or half a month, there is basically no problem. Moreover, in modern technology, there will always be some tranquilizers and anesthetics. If you can't sleep, can't you just fall into coma? Therefore, insomnia is a relatively mild symptom. But for Zhang Ming, it is fatal, because he can only better resist inauthenticity in dreams. Now that he can't sleep, the dream firewall will lose its effect directly. Moreover, Zhang Ming's physique is too strong, and a large amount of anesthetics and tranquilizers are required to anesthetize him. Even if the Honggang people did give him some natural plant anesthetics, they can only support a few uses. So in the end there is only one way to survive: ask for help from the gourd. Without the help of the gourd, he can't sleep, and he will soon be engulfed by inauthenticity and lose his life. This sense of déjà vu of fate manipulation is too strong, and the old sheephead can't help lamenting, isn't this exactly the same as Suidan, manipulating Little Mang's life? Comrade Shinma has already lain down, or it can be said that Lord Shinma is really scared. The power of the demon god is so terrifying. People can obviously kill you, but they don't. You have to torture slowly. Shinma was stunned. It seemed that it had made many, many wishes to Lady Gourd. But it didn't pay any price. Did it kill Zhang Ming first and then me? The chatterbox gourd had long since become a dumb gourd. It was very frustrated, but it had to defend itself. I have to declare in advance that this was not my fault, Alice. Even if I jump into the Yellow River, I can't clear myself from the blame, and I can't get your trust. Of course, I can help you fall asleep. Even if you don't make a wish, I will help you. Time passed, and 3 years later, it was 6 years later. Something even more cruel happened, and Brother How might not be able to hold on. The old dog's condition was getting worse day by day, and it looked like it might die at any time. It ate less and less, and recently, it started to stop eating. In the past 6 years, Zhang Ming was diagnosed with more than 100 lost homeland symptoms. About a month, he could only be awake for 2 or 3 hours. This is based on the help of the gourd, otherwise he would have gone insane and jumped into the ocean. Is this the difficulty of fighting the devil? Everything is being led by me. What does it want me to do? What does it want? Zhang Ming lived with difficulty, looking at the blue sky and muttering to himself, your mental state can only support you to be awake for 3 hours, and then you must fall asleep. Chapter 307. Since I'm going to die, I might as well do a big one. As for the price, Zhang Ming could not perceive the so-called price. The chat process with Hulu was actually very pleasant and comfortable. It was very smart. It could understand things that it did not understand at the beginning very quickly, and it became more and more humane. It also knew more and more of Zhang Ming's memories. Perhaps the only price was trust. In a long period of getting along, it is difficult not to trust a mysterious existence that can always maintain a good attitude, always remain gentle, never get angry, and have a little ability. But trust the price is too high. The old sheep had warned in the most serious tone. Think about it, how did it appear? Think about it, what is its ultimate purpose? It is just to wait for you to die. Think about it, why do you have so many symptoms of a lost person? Your so-called years and decades of companionship are just a moment in the eyes of the demon god. Your trust is just someone else's toy. It just wants to play the long game and catch the biggest fish. Okay, I know that too. Zhang Ming actually wanted to say something dirty to comfort the irritable old sheep head. But his current poor imagination really didn't know what to say. What could he do? Let a person who is about to freeze to death abandon his cotton-padded jacket? Let a person with a half-crippled leg abandon his only crutch? Let a person who is about to die of thirst refuse the clear spring in front of him? Unless he wants to die now, he really can't do it. The old sheephead naturally knew that he was talking nonsense, so he could only sigh and fall into silence. So, after the conversation, Zhang Ming stared blankly at the huge corpse of the time and space worm. He finally understood why the old sheephead was so shocked at that time. Now even he himself began to doubt how he killed a demon god on the first place. A demon god, Long Wish, who had not yet crossed over, made him feel such terrible pressure that he didn't even have the ability to resist and could only passively take the beating. Life is sometimes like weeds, and Zhang Ming is just a slightly stronger weed. Except for the last trump card memory library not being played, there is really no way. Then when he left the moon, felt dizzy and swollen, and various symptoms began to occur, the little gourd would float over again and say gently, "Excuse me, is there anything you want me to help you with? Excuse me, how do you feel?" Without it, Zhang Ming would have died. This feeling was too fragmented, and Zhang Ming couldn't tell the truth from the lie. Human tenacity was worthless in the face of an irresistible natural disaster. A dilemma was placed before him. Trust or distrust? Reject or accept? Who wouldn't want to seek shelter? Who wouldn't want to find a floating object when encountering a flood? But the only existence that could help him might be his enemy. It was an enemy. What if it wanted more? What if it wanted all? The great terror here was simply terrifying. With a normal person's brain circuit, he would definitely fall into a state of madness with his mind torn apart. But Lao Zhang was, after all, a supernatural being who was determined to lie down and had a very low moral standard. Anyway, the anchor of the real world, Brother Hao, also began to linger on, and he would not lie for a few days. He simply chose not to think about this problem. While his mind was still clear, he chose an auspicious day and the date of his and Brother Hao's death. Then on that day, he forced himself to cook a farewell dinner. He hadn't cooked properly for a long, long time. "Everyone, I have something to announce. Monkey brother, I am haunted by evil spirits and will not live long. Monkey brother, I don't want to think about who is right and who is wrong, and whether I should trust him. I really have no choice but to rely on the little gourd to survive." The gourd was silent and dazed. "I really can't control what happens next. The last regret is that I will die without a wife. It's a pity, but it doesn't matter." Shimama screamed in horror. "Don't you already have 2 wives?" Even Xiaobei was shocked and almost fell off the balcony, looking at the crazy monkey brother with a look of surprise. Zhang Ming rubbed his red eyes. In his vision, the clouds were like evil spirits with green faces and fangs. The sea was like a fried hell, with countless dead bodies floating. He said seriously, "It is really possible that Monkey Brother will not be able to pass this level. It is normal. Throughout the ages, there have been countless people passing by, and there is always a day when life will die. Now arrange the funeral. Listen carefully, all the property will be divided among you. Anyway, you will not be troubled by the lost people. Go wherever you want. Take my second wife with you. Grandpa Turtle, it can guide you back to the Turtle Island. Go back to train your people." Shimama was stunned for a moment. "The world tree actually belongs to me? So good. Grandpa Sheep doesn't want to break up. He wants to fight the monster to the death. I will take the first wife with me. Then we will fight the monster until dawn." Zhang Ming sighed deeply. He still had one last trump card, memory library. Even if he opened the memory library to restore his memory, he could only survive for a while and live a few more years. It was not very meaningful. So, he secretly hid a small soul clone in the library. This soul clone, combined with a spiritual seed, has only one crazy obsession: unseal the attribute panel and let the unique rule of the space-time worm flow into the body. As long as he opens the memory library at the moment of death, the soul clone can instantly unseal the leaf seal. The unique rule of the space-time worm will be resurrected from his body. Of course, what will happen after this is not something Zhang Ming can predict. Space-time worm will be resurrected indirectly and fight with the power of SYNOPSIS, or the entire world community will be destroyed by space-time worm. Anyway, let's fight until the sky collapses and the earth breaks apart. No matter who made him morally corrupt and shameless, Lao Zhang now just wants to make a big move. He has more than 100 debuffs on his body, and his brain has long been burned into a ball of paste. Others really can't care. SYNOPSIS, you are such a stupid idiot. You forced me to do it. Zhang Ming gritted his teeth and cursed. Hulu had been listening to their conversation and knew that he was not trusted. Even after so many years, he was still not trusted. He could only sigh and hide in a corner. For 9 years, almost 10 years, the chatterbox turned into a dumb one, usually silent and no longer talkative. Zhang Ming was busy in the kitchen alone, lighting the fire and boiling water. He hadn't made a fine meal for a long time. Since he had planned his own death date, it was as if a big stone had fallen, and he had a little expectation. In fact, his cooking skills were quite good. He was too lazy to accumulate attribute points when he was about to die. His favorite food was a deep-sea beast that tasted like beef. Putting aside the messy thoughts, he threw the meat into the bowl, then took out the seasoning box and shook a spoonful and a half of yellow coarse salt into it. In addition, he carefully took some black peppercorns from a special small bottle, mixed them with the beast meat and salt, and marinated them slightly. Put the stew pot on the stove, and while it was heating up, he found carrots, onions and potatoes. After finishing the preparations, he took out a small jar from the cupboard. After opening it, there was little animal oil left. Closing the lid and lowering the fire, Lao Zhang exhaled with satisfaction. As time passed, the aroma in the kitchen became stronger and stronger, with the temptation of meat, the mellowness of potatoes, and the freshness of onions. While the steaming time was going on, Zhang Ming came to the captain's room and stopped the engine of the steamship. Comrade Shima began to scream crazily, "Brother Monkey, can you use your wife? Can you really use it directly? That wife naturally, the world tree. You are a dying person." Lord Shima was stuck as never before. Should he refuse or not? After all, this guy really looked dead and looked like he was about to die. Xiaobei couldn't bear to look directly at it. He was sure that his great ancestor was a male old turtle. Is this really okay? Zhang Ming narrowed his eyes, grabbed the stone and threw it out. Get lost, you are the only one making trouble here. You don't understand the depression in Monkey Brother's heart. The sound of the ghostly howling of Shima was heard in the air. I am making a wish now, an omnipotent god will come and rescue me from this hellish world. I don't have the ability to help you realize this wish at present. The little guard said a little dull. I'm sorry, Lao Zhang was just talking casually. The guard is pretty good, except for the stain on its identity. There is nothing to complain about. Even if you are mentally clean, you think this little guard is pretty good. Of course, the stain on its identity is the biggest stain. Zhang Ming sighed slightly and didn't say much. What prompted him to make this decision was that his dog was really old. He hadn't eaten for many days and didn't open his eyes. Only when he called it loudly would it open a crack and take a look at its owner. In other words, his anchor in reality was about to disappear. After finishing the last farewell dinner, a spare boat was prepared. Zhang Ming jumped on the boat, taking his abyss axe and the aging Brother Hao with him. He planned to spend the last days with the gourd monster and Brother Hao. As long as he died, he would release the time and space worm. Forget about the rest. Standing on the top of the mountain and talking to the sun, moon and stars, diving into the seabed and talking to rivers, lakes and seas, you will know how small you are. The world is great and nature is respectable. Xiaobei, this is the last lesson I can teach you. In the past, I lacked all the demon god, so this is the consequence. Let's say goodbye. The mountains are high and the waters are long, and we will meet again. Zhang Ming smiled unrestrainedly and waved to Xiaobei and Shima. Huh? Zhang Ming suddenly heard a pelican scream. Chapter 308, Message from the Pelicans. Zhang Ming turned his head and looked at the huge bird standing on the deck. He said in a confused manner, "Isn't this a bird? Where did it come from? Or is it an illusion?" Xiaobei shouted, "It flew from the east." "You, stay here, quack, quack." The pelican spread its wings and boasted to Xiaobei about its experience over the years. It turned out to be the great bird. Zhang Ming blinked hard and shook his head. How did it catch up? A pelican with the golden feathers on its neck squatted on the deck and laid eggs viciously. At the same time, he looked at Zhang Ming, who looked as haggard, and the spare wooden boat with a look of surprise. After not seeing each other for many years, this old opponent is in a bad spirit. Maybe he's old. Alice, the lifespan of primates is usually very short. The elder sister pelican thought so, and was very proud of her long lifespan. It didn't know how long it could live. It only felt that it was in its prime and had a long peak period. After holding it in for a few minutes, the egg was laid with a light click. After emptying the foreign matter in the body, the bird's face showed an instinctive expression of comfort and intoxication. "Ah, ga-ga-ga," the pelican screamed twice and found the little white turtle in a state of panic. The little white also screamed loudly and climbed onto the pelican's head in a flash, tears in his eyes, dripping on the deck. It told the story of what happened over the years. "Crazy, they're all crazy, woo, ga-ga-ga. After so many years, how come you are still a little thing? Our woo, Azuan Wu clan has a long lifespan, and I am still just a young child." The pelican squinted his eyes. The feeling of meeting an old friend was too good. He cooed twice again, and it was unknown what he was saying. Finally, he shouted ga-ga-ga at Zhang Ming. "It wants to challenge Emperor Zhang. Seize this ship. Good fellow, you still remember the promise. But I'm curious, how did you find this ship?" Zhang Ming forced himself to cheer up. He was ready to leave, but he met an old friend? This feels pretty good. He looked at the pelican's sister calmly. This guy has become bigger, standing there, maybe 4.2 meters tall, with a circle of golden feathers on his neck, which looks like a beautiful scarf. After so many years, its eyes are sharper, its muscles are stronger, and there are few feathers missing on the tips of its wings, which have not grown out yet. Obviously, it had experienced a battle not long ago. The pelican's sister parted with everyone at the ruins of the Pillar of Heaven, but now she has caught up with him. It is simply incredible. Finally, Xiaobei took out a handful of golden feathers to answer Zhang Ming's question. "So that's how it is. When we parted, it gave you a feather so it can sense this direction." The pelican saw his puzzled look and shouted proudly in his heart, "Quack, do you remember the bet? Now I challenge you, Emperor Zhang, with this egg as the bet. As long as I beat you, I will be the master of this ship." Zhang Ming glanced at his precarious mental value, 101/12300, and more than 100 negative mental states. He really had no interest in fighting. Of course, he could beat this stupid bird with his physical ability. No matter from which angle you look at it, it is not a strong man. Bird Mama didn't even notice the existence of the gourd. Even though the gourd monster was floating in front of him, it still didn't notice it. How strong can this guy be? But the change in the attribute panel made Lao Zhang feel happy. Spirit +1+1+1. Although this stupid bird is stupid, it is also an old friend, and he is in a good mood. Then just fight 2 moves. Zhang Ming jumped off the deck again. The pelican was not polite. His eyes became sharp instantly, and he dug his claws on the ground a few times. "Do you know how I spent the past 100 years? I have been honing myself every moment, fighting with the ruins of the Pillar of Heaven and other creatures." Gah! As the huge sound waves came out of its mouth, the surrounding seawater trembled slightly. Xiaobei quickly turned into a stone. This is a powerful mental attack, but it has no effect on Zhang Ming, because he has tinnitus, and there is a huge tinnitus in his mind every moment, just like a nuclear bomb explosion. Compared with the symptoms of the lost people, this sound wave is simply a small witch compared to a big witch. After the pelican screamed, it launched a sprint, and the huge bird beak attacked continuously, and the mouth was fierce and fierce. Zhang Ming did not use his ability, but just used his arm to push away the huge bird beak, and by the way, stretched out his salty pig hand and plucked a few golden feathers. Spirit +1+1. The bird emperor found that the bird's feathers were plucked, and he was furious. He flapped his wings, jumped into the air, and attacked with both claws and beak. The golden feathers stood up. This is the unique skill it has just developed. The feathers can shoot out like sharp arrows. However, The number of golden feathers is limited, and it seems inappropriate to use them in this occasion. The bird emperor who cherishes feathers quickly gave up this idea. Zhang Ming's arm was hit by the claws, and he immediately felt that the opponent's strength was not small. Of course, it was also related to his loss of strength and a significant decrease in combat power. In the past, when he was in a good mental state, Zhang Ming would definitely estimate how strong this guy was and how much combat power he could convert. But now he really doesn't have the energy, he can only do some simple thinking. Halfway through the fight, Zhang Ming felt that it was almost done, stepped back a few steps, and raised his hands. I surrender. From today on, this ship belongs to you, the bird emperor. Anyway, he was going to travel around the world and didn't want this ship. As for the taste of pelican meat, he was not interested, at least it was a friend. Gah! The pelican widened its eyes, stared at Zhang Ming excitedly, and his body trembled. Did this guy surrender? The enemy of his life, whom he thought he would never be able to defeat, actually surrendered? When the pelican thought of becoming the master of this boat, all his feathers stood up, and he felt numb and ecstatic. That's the feeling. Ziobe, you see, it's worth it for me to leave my comfort zone and practice for 100 years just to defeat a strong enemy. It's also worthy of the bird's life motto. The pelican is not inferior to humans in his life. I also saved this egg. Cuckoo, cuckoo, the bird emperor thought of the wonderful thing, his eyes blurred, picked up the egg he had just laid, and swallowed it with a gulp. Zhang Ming was frightened by this scene and shook his head repeatedly. At this moment, he was too lazy to entangle so much. Forget it, that's it, I'm leaving. You guys have a good chat? He rowed a small wooden boat and left directly. The bird emperor nodded proudly. Lao Zhang actually fulfilled his promise and actually took the initiative to leave. I'm not so narrow-minded. I still allow you to stay on the boat. Huh? Wait, what are these things on him? The pelican's eyes flashed with a pale yellow light, concentrating its attention, as if there were dark thin lines connecting Zhang Ming's body. These thin lines, like fishing lines, emitted a dim light and led to the deepest part of the ocean. The pelican was shocked to the extreme. During its long journey, it had seen several creatures entangled by such thin lines. Without exception, they would die in a short time. Quack, hey, that person, you are going to die, the pelican screamed. I know, so I am ready to die far away. Do you have a way? The elder sister pelican shook her head in horror. How could it have a way? However, it gave a valid message. Quack, 320 kilometers to the east, there is a dead world. Do you want to go there to recuperate? I just came from there, Zhang Ming laughed. The dead world is also a world. Thank you, I'll go there now. The pelican didn't know what happened, and made a quack sound in his mouth, kindly reminding, that place is not a good place, you can't stay there for long, there are dead people there, it's a grave, it's a grave. What are you going there for? It's the best if it's a grave. Zhang Ming knew the destination, so he didn't need to row the boat. He took the dog and the axe, and walked quickly on the sea with the power of King Kong. Only the pelican, Shimama and Xiaobai were left looking at each other. Should we catch up? Xiaobai's eyes were filled with tears. Shimama sighed and said, wait first, there will be results within 10 days. Xiaohula followed Zhang Ming quietly without saying a word. With more than 100 debuffs on his body, Zhang Ming's strength has indeed dropped significantly. He walked 320 kilometers for more than an hour and was exhausted. The main reason was that he had less than 1% of his mental strength left and couldn't support it. At this moment, Hao Jie seemed to have regained some vitality. He hid in Zhang Ming's backpack and howled woof woof woof, just like when he first saw Zhang Ming from the ship full of electric cars. The old dog seemed to have seen something and seemed a little anxious. Don't worry, there's land ahead, there's really land. On the golden beach, the grass is fragrant, the shade is colorful, and the lush primeval forest exudes the fragrance of soil. Even though these plants look strange, long mushroom-like organisms are twisted together like blood vessels, slowly wriggling. Zhang Ming doesn't recognize these things at all. But he is already satisfied with a solid and heavy land. Brother Hao jumped off the backpack, stepped on the soil, jumped, and seemed extremely excited, as if he had returned to his hometown. But Zhang Ming knew that this was its last gasp. Judging from the increasingly declining signs of the dog's soul, it should not survive today. Chapter 309 The Last Dream. In fact, Zhang Ming had already prepared for Brother Hao's death. He could even accept his own death calmly. Even though he was indeed a little miserable now, with all the symptoms of lost countrymen on his body? There must be world hunters in this ghost place, otherwise how could the world die? There was nothing around him except an axe of the abyss, a backpack, and a gourd that he could not get rid of at all. There seems to be no big difference between me and Lu Meng. In the end, I died with nothing. One person, one dog, and one guard quietly watched the sunset. The lively old dog felt the coming of the end. It lay down quietly and made many different movements from the past. It watched the sunset disappear into the sea level. When the last ray of light fell, it looked up at the darkening sky, then smelled the smell of the soil and tasted the power of life. It just snuggled in the arms of its owner and gradually lost the breath of life. The dog with the ability of different space, who may have lived the longest in history, could not resist the erosion of time in the end. The breeze blew, as if nothing had happened. Since this is the cemetery you chose, I will bury you here. Survival and death are the most common things in nature. In Hao's life, except for the 8 years on the ship that were not smooth, he was actually quite happy after meeting Zhang Ming, and he had been living in ignorance and happiness. However, life always has an end, and that ivy leaf finally fell. How? You finally died before me. He held the axe of the abyss and sighed in a low voice, I will not let myself be killed. I will fight to my last breath. Densely packed long strips of mushrooms drilled into Hao's body at a speed visible to the naked eye, greedily absorbing the blood in the body. The demon war is coming, and the world hunter dares to join in the fun. It's really ignorant of life and death. Zhang Ming sneered and released a purple electric current, turning Hao's body into ashes. He then packed its ashes in a backpack and buried them in the soil. Only in this way can we avoid being disturbed by these mushrooms. The terrifying world hunter is just a small background board at this moment. Zhang Ming took another stone, placed it on the grave, and carved the image of a corgi with lightning. Now, Hulu, I only have you in this axe. I will do whatever you want me to do. I want to know what you want to do. Come on, don't hesitate. I will do whatever you want me to do now. Hulu was stunned and dared not say anything. It just stayed there, motionless. Zhang Ming, I'm not someone who can't afford to lose. Since Suidan wants all of me, then let it come here and take it all. Hulu still stayed there, motionless. The air fell into silence, with only waves rising up. As time passed, derealization began to affect Zhang Ming's mind again. He had to enter the dream to resist this mental pollution, but today he was really fed up. His life might be frozen at this moment. The ubiquitous mushrooms emerged from all directions again. With one swing of the axe, sticky juice splashed everywhere, and pink smoke-like particles enveloped Zhang Ming like a cloud of mist. Toxin resistance automatically operated to resist the crazy parasitism of the mist. The golden light on the surface of the body flashed a few times, and some of the flashes stopped. Only toxin resistance resisted tirelessly. Zhang Ming even thought in his heart that even if he was eaten by the world hunter, it would be better than being swallowed by long-cherished wish. The stupid gourd really didn't want to say a word. Looking at the mushrooms around it becoming more and more crazy, it was silent for a long time before it said softly, have you ever trusted me? Zhang Ming was silent for a while. Humans are indeed very fragile creatures. After a few months of companionship, they will have feelings. After a few years of companionship, the feelings must be very deep. After so many years, without your care, I might have died. People are not plants and trees, so how can they be heartless? So I want to trust you, but sensibility and rationality are two different things. If I were alone, it would be fine if you took everything away from me, but there are still many behind me, so I have to resist something. It doesn't matter, as long as you trust me, the little guard said. This is not a place to talk. Are you willing to come in? Countless mushrooms sensed the breath of the strong man's life and enveloped him from all directions. This vast number continued to extend, as if the whole world was pressing down on him. However, compared with the terrifying derealization, death at the physical level is not terrible. Zhang Ming felt that his mind was rapidly losing, and his vision was dimming in large areas. If he didn't fall asleep, he might not lie for too long. But at this moment, he just wanted to see what the little gourd would do in the end. Okay, the bottle mouth of the gourd, which had never been opened, was opened, and a golden light burst out. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Ming was sucked into the gourd. The mysterious vortex composed of dots of starlight formed a brilliant galaxy. Groups of purple mist floated between the stars, looming like a beautiful nebula. In the past, Zhang Ming might be curious about its internal structure, but now, his vision is almost gone. And his external perception ability is also disappearing rapidly. You can fall asleep. The little guard sang a mysterious ballad, which had been coaxing Brother Hao and coaxing him to sleep. This was also the last ballad. Okay, Zhang Ming did not resist. He just sensed his memory library and the soul clone hidden in the library, trying to detonate the bomb, and fell into deep sleep. This is the bottom cornerstone of the dream firewall, and it is also the happiest day of his life. I have been back here countless times. When I came back again, Zhang Ming still felt a subtle sense of security. He looked out the window. The hot summer in July had long disappeared, and even the sun was gone, replaced by lead-gray clouds. The outside world was being polluted by derealization and lost all vitality. His mother's nagging still lingered in his ears. You should study hard in high school and get into a good university. Once you get into university, you will be relaxed. You will have time to fall in love by then. The college entrance examination will be in another year. This is the last year. Work hard and get more points. I'm going to the store. You watch your sister and ask her to do her homework well. Don't look up the answers on the computer and then copy them down. The straightforward and crisp voice of the middle-aged woman made Zhang Ming sigh. Mom, did you hear that? I heard it. There was a light bang. His mother disappeared in the dream. In the room, only his sister was left doing her homework. Then, as expected, the money borrowing incident happened. His sister was very interested in his first love and kept asking questions. A trace of sadness rose in Zhang Ming's heart. The outside world had been polluted. There was no longer a girlfriend waiting for him, no passers-by, no cicadas, no hot roads. This small room was everything for him. Suddenly, Zhang Ming forced himself into the dream through the dream entering technique. Forget it, I won't go on a date. I'll stay here with you. It's so hot outside, just stand her up. Why do I need you to accompany me? Take it, the 50 yuan reward for the beggar. After all, his sister was the spiritual seed he constructed through a lot of associations, so she could make some simple reactions. Zhang Ming smiled and said, then I will just recharge the new skin of King of Glory directly, then give me back the money. The sister blushed and screamed loudly. Just a joke. I'm going to buy some more exercise books so that you can get into good high school. Zhang Ming showed 100 yuan bills in his wallet. What do you think of 150 yuan worth of exercise books? The younger sister blushed again and stood there in a daze. She probably never thought that her brother would be so shameless. After a long time, she screamed loudly, if you are willing to spend the money you use to pick up girls to buy exercise books, I dare to do it. Zhang Ming laughed and suddenly changed the subject. If one day, I disappear, what will you do? Whatever you want to do, the family inheritance is mine. Whatever you want to do, you can live your life as usual. You can also let me accompany you to die, she said heartlessly. Zhang Ming fanned his nose. He shouldn't expect this guy to say anything nice with his personality. So, if you disappear, what should I do? You mean I'm dead? Why are you talking about such a heavy topic? If I die, put my ashes in a bottle and write a label on it. Hey, this idiot who doesn't like to do homework is traveling around the world. Her favorite animal is the rhino in the African grasslands. Let's wish her to see the rhino in the Cape of Good Hope, then throw this bottle into the sea and it's done. The literary sister said some weird words, then you can live your life as you want. Just be sad for me for a few days. There's nothing else you can do. With this kind of thinking, you may get 0 points for your high school entrance examination composition. Really? I've always had high scores. I read them out in class after every exam. Zhang Ming sighed and watched the dead silence outside creep in little by little. The sister soon stopped talking, like an exquisite wax figure that was frozen. She was contaminated by derealization and completely dissipated. You don't know what your brother has been through, but this is a good thing as it has a final outcome. Chapter 310 The Ultimate Purpose of Long-Cherished Wish. Zhang Ming casually pulled out the abyss axe from the void. This was also the spiritual seed he imagined, which could be called upon at will in dreams. The wax figure of his sister began to have hollow features, and a pair of scarlet eyes grew, staring at Zhang Ming in a weird and twisted way. Her skin was like she had white scale disease, falling off piece by piece, exposing the pollution like mud. She was still talking and laughing the moment before, and the next moment she became a nightmare. Derealization, that's how terrifying it is. Zhang Ming sighed. At this moment, he lost the last harbor that could replenish his spiritual power. But it didn't matter. Zhang Ming backhanded an axe and split the sister who was turning into a monster into two halves. "Brother," she howled, her head still slowly squirming. This polluted monster seemed to be unkillable, at least he couldn't kill it at the moment. Any polluted dream is like this, they are permanently buried in the deepest part of the memory, occupying everything in the memory. Zhang Ming pushed open the door of the room, and with another axe, he chopped the polluted mother who was ambushing outside into two halves. Gray flesh and blood were smeared all over the ground, and the shriveled arms were shaky and fell from midair, bending in a terrifying arc. Zhang Ming sighed again and stopped entangled with the polluted mother. He walked on the street with a swagger. Some pedestrians noticed him, stumbled, and slowly crawled over. Lead-like black clouds covered the sky and the sun. He was the only one in the world, with dense monsters and endless miserable lives. The scorching July eventually turned into tragic winter. Zhang Ming, who had been tortured mentally for a long time, suddenly felt heroic. "Come, exhaust my last strength, and then take everything from me." Suddenly, he sensed a faint light appearing in the distance. Subconsciously walked in that direction. Zhang Ming saw it, a girl. She was squatting at the door of KFC, holding her chin with both hands, as if waiting for something. It was not until she saw Zhang Ming that her eyes lit up slightly. She was not the same person in the previous dreams, and there was a faint golden light in her pupils. "You are finally here. I have been waiting for a long time. I am sorry, because this dream world has been completely polluted. I only found a barely surviving character, who appeared in the current image, Hulu." Zhang Ming didn't care which role it played, and sighed slightly. "So, what do you want me to do in the end?" Hulu whispered. "Can you come with me? You hold my hand so that they can't see you." A faint white light was transmitted to Zhang Ming. The two walked to the corridor of the cinema. Zhang Ming saw a ball of jumping red flames, which were jumping gently. Zhang Ming had seen this flame many times, representing the flame of long-cherished wish. It was slowly increasing, as if it wanted to burn this lowest level of dream world. His heart sank suddenly. "Do you believe me?" Hulu whispered. "It's already this moment, it doesn't matter whether you believe it or not." Zhang Ming smiled. "I just want to know what you want to do in the end. Come on, what do you want to do? Please turn your back to me, don't resist, and close your eyes." "Okay." She put her hands on Zhang Ming's back and pushed gently. Zhang Ming only felt an extremely powerful force pushing from behind. He was pushed directly into the jumping red flame. Just wanted to open the memory library and activate the soul clone. Then, as if passing through a ripple like water waves, he went straight out of this dream scene. As if nothing happened. Just when Zhang Ming was a little surprised, the crisp sound of the gourd came from the other side of the flame. "You are safe for the time being. I have given you 80% of my power. Now, you need to leave these polluted dreams and wake up from your coma. You can probably be awake for about 10 years. After that, the derealization will come again. I can't help you. You have to find a world within 10 years to recuperate." A layer of red flame separated her, and a trace of sadness appeared on her face. "Alice, I seem to have never gained the trust of others. There is no way. Who made me a little gourd without any power, but you made a wish to me. You want an omnipotent God to save you from the life of hell. My ability is limited. I can't cure derealization. I can only do this." Zhang Ming had a trace of inexplicable panic in his heart. He was shocked by this endless terror, and his eyes seemed to be attracted by the figure on the other side of the flames and could not leave. What's more terrifying is that he still can't completely believe what the other party said. He still can't be sure whether the gourd is Suyin playing. Zhang Ming said hoarsely, Why don't you come over? This dream has been transformed into a cage of rules, and there must be a trapped soul. It likes to torture souls. Seeing these originally strong souls, finally lonely and helpless, with nothing, and finally can only choose its path, will make it sincerely happy. So I have a soul, don't I? I'll tell you quietly, I am the reverse side of long-cherished wish, just like a coin, with two sides. This fact is really hard to talk about. Long-cherished wish is the omnipotent positive side, and I am the powerless negative side. It only needs to destroy me, and it will be the real ultimate. But it is difficult to destroy me. Think about it, even if you use a saw, you can't saw me in half, so I will be fine if I am trapped here. Don't worry, it can't do anything to me, Alice. In fact, I regret the original transaction. I was finally deceived by it. It gave up a lot, so much that I couldn't believe that I was so stupid. If my wisdom is 1, its wisdom may be 100. How could it let me take advantage of it? Oh, I'm so stupid. The gourd was like a chatterbox, standing opposite the flame and muttering, as if it had returned to the first time they met. This little gourd is actually quite lively, and liveliness is its true nature. After saying this, it seemed very happy. I really only need to do this, and when you die, I will help you collect your body, this one thing. There is no time limit, I really didn't lie. But how can you believe me? How can you and your partners believe me? Anyway, let it be, I have tried my best. Whether you believe it or not, I can only be locked up here. And I volunteered. Zhang Ming was sweating coldly, and the panic in his heart was getting bigger and bigger. He still couldn't tell whether what the other party said was true or false. Because, he has a trump card. His trump card, memory library, has not been used yet. In the memory library, there is also a soul clone full of obsession, a soul that only wants to self-destruct. He must make a choice. If what Ulu said is true, it may die this time. Because the reality syndrome comes from another demon god, not the power of Suidan. Suidan can't kill its own opposite, but other demon gods may not be unable to do so. Especially Hulu's soul, trapped in a dream, it may die. But what if everything is just acting? What if Suidan knows his trump card and wants him to hand it over? Zhang Ming felt cold all over, as if he was falling into an ice cave, and his heart was trembling. He had never made such a difficult decision in his life. His proud sixth sense was useless in the face of a game of demon god level. But no matter what, he had to make a decision as soon as possible, whether to give up his trump card. It must be done immediately, right now. Suidan knows everything about me. Does it have the ability to read minds? It knows everything I see and hear, but I have the ability to delay for a while, so you should leave quickly. I can't delay for too long. Let it know that you are running away, it will catch up. As for mind reading, if you communicate face to face, it will naturally know your thoughts, but it should not be able to read minds at such a distance, so, it doesn't know everything about me. Zhang Ming's mind turned rapidly, trying to distinguish, and suddenly thought of a terrifying possibility. The ultimate goal of Suidan may not be him, Zhang Ming, but this gourd. Killing this gourd, it can achieve the ultimate. What purpose can be greater than achieving the ultimate? No more. Can the anchoring of another world be compared with achieving the ultimate? Of course it is impossible, the two are not at the same level. Isn't anchoring other worlds for the purpose of achieving the ultimate? Of course, Zhang Ming didn't know what the ultimate was, but just by looking at the literal meaning of the word, he knew that it was an evolved version of the demon god. The demon god is already so terrifying, let alone the ultimate, which is really an unimaginable terrifying existence. Even whether the peak civilization can compete with the ultimate is a question. Zhang Ming broke out in a cold sweat, thinking quickly in his heart, no wonder, Suidan spent a huge price to torment me, but didn't kill me, because I was just a tool to trap the gourd. Suidan, rich to deal with another demon god to achieve this goal. How much did it cost? Even if all my property includes the corpse of the time and space worm, would the unknown demon god be willing to return it to Suidan? Can't he use it himself? Its purpose is to trap the gourd in this dream cage. Of course, if the gourd is unwilling to help me, causing Suidan's entire plan to fail, it can also get an anchor in this world, but it is likely to lose money. What a good calculation. Zhang Ming's pupils dilated, and his heart trembled. Now he understood the huge conspiracy hidden behind it. Just the tip of the iceberg that was revealed made people feel deeply afraid. No, there is still a chance. With a trump card in his hand, there is still a chance. P.S. The depressing part is finished, and the next part is the reversal. By the way, the author has been scolded badly these days, and it seems that there are not many chapters left. There will be no such content next. 12,000 words burst. Please vote for me. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 311. I have never seen such a weak demon. At this moment, Zhang Ming's mind was working rapidly. This was the most difficult moment in his life. From a physiological point of view, his current brain was extremely clear. It was obvious that his condition had improved after he got some of the power shared by Hulu. From an economic point of view, Suidan rarely does business at a loss. Based on the above 2 points, Zhang Ming believed that Hulu was most likely trustworthy. Although he could not completely rule out suspicion, he was really too lazy to think about it and too lazy to guess. Anyway, let it be. He had to throw out his trump card immediately. There can be no more reservations. You are so stupid. Why didn't you say it earlier? Zhang Ming shouted with a red face, and directly scolded Hulu. I saved you from the fate of death, how can you still scold me? Hulu said puzzledly, I have always told the truth in the past 10 years. Have you ever believed me? Zhang Ming slapped his forehead. Okay, my fault. Does this place have to have a soul trapped here? Hulu replied, yes, this is a rule cage, and a soul must be trapped here. I can't leave, but it's okay, don't worry about me. I have good defense ability, Zhang Ming shouted hurriedly. This is a cage to trap you, not me. Go to my room now, find my sister's homework book, a blue notebook, and then bring that notebook over, the ordinary notebook with math exercise books written on it. If you can't find it, bring all the notebooks over. Hurry, immediately, right away. Zhang Ming almost roared this sentence. Hulu stayed there, a little confused. Then Zhang Ming slapped his forehead again, forcing himself to calm down. I make a wish to you, help me get that notebook quickly, please. Hulu was actually quite aggrieved, and was stunned for 2 or 3 seconds. Okay, I will fulfill your last wish. Ms. Hulu, who looked similar to the ex-girlfriend, ran away like a gust of wind. At the end of the long street, there was a sound of monsters crawling. These polluted creatures stretched out their long arms and grabbed at her, which made Zhang Ming tremble with fear, fearing that this guy would be caught accidentally. Fortunately, Ms. Hulu was good at dodging left and right, and easily bypassed these strange existences. Hulu was born with a gossipy heart. After saying those words, she was actually very relaxed. She felt that her chatterbox problem was back. She even secretly admired this lonely city. After all, this was Zhang Ming's hometown in his memory. In the depths of her heart, Hulu began to gossip about the people and things that happened here. Hulu was not afraid of death, but it felt uncomfortable because it had always been distrusted in the past. But now, it felt that it was in a good mood again, probably because it had explained it clearly, even if it was no longer trusted. Hulu ran quickly, as light as a deer wading across the river, and the chain on its wrist jingled. In the whistling wind, the irrational monsters slowly gathered together. The old streets and the afterimage of the girl seemed to be stretched very long in slow motion. What is that notebook? Zhang Ming waited anxiously, and couldn't stop thinking wildly. He was a little worried that the guard was inexplicably killed by the monster. No matter from which angle, the little guard was not a powerful creature. And his own crisis has not yet passed. Derealization comes from an unknown demon god. Not Suidan. It may have the anchor of this realm and can almost transmit its power endlessly. At present, when all of Zhang Ming's dreams were destroyed, he could no longer get mental power replenishment. Even if the god transferred most of its power to himself, the power of this unknown demon god was not something he could contend with. In addition, Zhang Ming was also worried that the god would suddenly turn into the shape of Suidan and destroy his notebook. Because that notebook is memory library. The so-called most dangerous place is the safest place. Derealization will destroy all the living things in the memory, but it will not deliberately destroy the dead things. In the polluted dream, buildings, furniture, and decorations all exist. Therefore, Zhang Ming disguised the memory library as a notebook. If the guard suddenly makes a weird laugh and suddenly turns into long-cherished wish, it would be a gentle blow and lose everything, but if it is not, how can there be such a strange existence in the world? Thinking about it, Zhang Ming calmed down instead. If you become a long-cherished wish, I dare to admit defeat immediately. If you have no trump cards, you will have to take off your pants and kneel down to beg for mercy. After figuring this out, right and wrong, success or failure, didn't seem to be that important. He even relaxed a little. About a minute later, Ms. Gord ran back panting, holding the notebook in her hand. I got it back for you. Didn't it become a long-cherished wish? Zhang Ming was stunned for a moment, looking at the guard monster opposite the red flame, and for a moment he was happy and worried. Okay, all the tests have passed. This guy is actually just a guard, just a back of long-cherished wish. He suppressed the complex emotions deep in his heart and took a deep breath, turned to page 17 and read that sentence. Why the hell hasn't the rescue team come to save me yet? Read it louder. Why? Hurry up, I beg you, I wish you to do this. Zhang Ming was so anxious. He saw some monsters quietly surrounding him, but the guard lady was fearless and even a little silly. It was really anxious. Okay, I'll read it now. Why, the rescue team hasn't come to save me yet. The notebook emitted a faint light, and the memory library was opened. A soul clone full of obsession with destruction soon emerged from the library with red eyes. The clone looked exactly like Zhang Ming, except that his hair stood on end with rage and his whole body was irritable. He wanted to tear open the seal on the attribute panel and revive the time-space worm. Unfortunately, Zhang Ming quickly suppressed the incompetent rage of this madman when the original body was not dead yet. Is this you? Hulu stared blankly at Zhang Ming's soul clone. It was stunned at this moment, really stunned. How did a person suddenly appear? Can you still pass through this red flame now? Let this clone be trapped here. Come here quickly. Don't mind him, it's just a soul clone. He's just a part of me. You can't be trapped here, you will die. Soul clones are also souls. After Hulu reacted, he was also a little anxious, with a hint of crying. No. I don't have that ability now. I shared my power with you, and even you can hardly pass through again. It will burn everything. Zhang Ming paced back and forth, sweating all over his body. Then you hide in my memory library. Do you have the ability to do so? Hurry up and hide in there. He really risked his life. The memory library carries all his memories. But there is nothing to consider. As long as a person dies, what is the point of hope? I should be able to do it. But, do you mind? Hurry up. Stop crying. I have never seen such a weak demon god. Don't scold me. I admit that I am weak. I am not a demon god, just a small gourd. Hulu rubbed his eyes, turned into a ray of light, and hid in the open notebook. The milky white bright space came into view. The first thing you see is rows of huge bookcases, which are filled with all kinds of ancient books, like mountains. Hulu has never seen so many books, as if all the books stored by civilizations have been moved in. In addition to the bookcases, there are also dots of light balls like fireflies. That is the memory backup that Zhang Ming has worked hard to preserve. Touching a light ball casually, a line of information came out of her mind. I am in the abyss liver attribute. Here, you actually have such an ability. Is this your memory backup? Then you can completely recover. Hulu was shocked by the trump card thrown by Zhang Ming, and an indescribable emotion surged in her heart. Because here she can directly read Zhang Ming's memory, which is equivalent to Zhang Ming having no privacy from her. Don't ask first, stay here honestly. Okay, I'm staying here honestly now, and I won't move even if I die. In fact, if you told me earlier that you have the ability to remember, I can help you better relieve the derealization syndrome. Well, it would be bad if you said it, because Suyin would also know it, and it would change its strategy at that time. From this perspective, you seem to have made the right choice. Zhang Ming was too lazy to listen to the guard's mumbling, and waved his hand at the mad soul clone. Hey, buddy, lend me some strength. Don't be crazy. There is still hope. Pick up that notebook. My good brother, even if you die, you must protect that notebook. Give it to me, good brother. Under his remote control, the soul clone who wanted to destroy the world picked up the notebook on the ground with anger, wrapped it with a grin, and handed it over. Zhang Ming was terrified and stretched his arm into the red flame, trying to take the notebook. A layer of faint light protected his arm. This was the power given to him by the gourd, which was being consumed rapidly. Touching the flame from long-cherished wish, it was scorching, and indescribable pain. It was as if the soul was about to be burned. Chapter 312. Just think of it as an outing. Zhang Ming didn't know whether this behavior would alarm Suyin, but he had to take a gamble. He had to rescue the gourd lady. Otherwise, even if he survived by chance, he would spend the rest of his life in regret. His soul clone, without the protection of the guard's power, began to burn. Got it. Zhang Ming, sweating profusely, held his beloved notebook in his hand. He breathed a sigh of relief when he found that it was not damaged. A surge of ecstasy surged in his heart. Life is always full of surprises. Even the devil can't calculate everything. So he became proud and cursed fiercely in his heart. Suyin, you idiot, we escaped. I can only say that we escaped from that mental cage for the time being. Zhang Ming turned around and saw that his soul clone was burning and would soon burn out. He gave the clone a command to self-destruct, and then cut off the mental connection. Can I come out? I'm a little embarrassed to stay inside. If I'm outside, I can better protect you. I don't need your protection now, just stay inside. Okay. He ran wildly in the broken dream, away from the crazy flames. Countless monsters seemed to have discovered something and chased after him. And the soul clone trapped in the bottom dream was slowly burning to death. At the moment the clone was burned to death, the number of souls in the cage changed from 1 to 0. The flame of long-cherished wish suddenly increased and searched everywhere. Of course, after crossing a realm, the remaining power of long-cherished wish was still limited. Soon, Zhang Ming came to the edge of this dream scene, like a wall of air, blocking his way forward. In fact, these dream ruins were all contaminated by derealization after he constructed them. Zhang Ming knew the road conditions very well. He drew out the axe of the abyss, roared in his mouth, and chopped fiercely. Under the lingering purple lightning, he actually cut a black gap in the air. You should save your power. You can no longer replenish your power. If you continue like this, your spiritual power will be exhausted. The guard's voice was trembling, with a hint of crying. It was not stupid and understood what Zhang Ming was doing. It also understood the ultimate intention of Suyin. But it was also worried that if it escaped with it, Suyin would definitely be willing to pay a higher price to catch it back. Zhang Ming didn't bother to pay attention, but the veins on his forehead were throbbing, and he slashed at the air wall frantically until he created a gap that allowed him to escape, and then he tried to get into the next abandoned dream scene. He was panting and wiping the sweat off his body. There were too many debuffs on his body, and his mental strength in the dream might be only 1/10 of his peak period. In the past 10 years, I have constructed too many dreams, all of which were abandoned here. No matter how much I save energy, it is difficult to escape, but if I am in the memory library, I should be able to recover my strength, right? It seems possible. Because this place carries all your memories, it is an effective backup. You are really smart. Thank you for your trust. I have never gained the trust of others, but you threw me into the memory backup. Well, if I didn't exist, you wouldn't have to suffer this kind of hardship. Can I make a wish to you? Go ahead, I don't want to be caught by Suyin. Please, help me. Zhang Ming ran wildly. Laughing, don't cry, I promised your wish. Just think of it as an outing. Do you know, this is a good place for tourism. The beach in this dream scene is the place where I went on a graduation trip. After we graduated from college, more than a dozen classmates went to the beach together to welcome the sunrise. I got up at 3 o'clock in the morning. That was the earliest day I got up. Just when the sun rose, several large ships blew their whistles and passed through the distant strait, so we all shouted, as if we wanted to compete with a ship in sound. If you look at my memory of that year, you will know how interesting that scene was. Ms. Hulu's chatterbox heart was activated again. Zhang Ming interrupted the topic, and her worries just now seemed to disappear. It's great, a graduation trip, I don't have classmates, and I haven't been to college. In fact, I have been suppressed by long-cherished wish, and basically don't contact the outside world. It was because it gave me this opportunity, so I took the bait immediately. Alice, I am so stupid, but why did you suddenly trust me and save me? If you take me with you, you may not be able to leave. They want to catch me more. You are just an extra. There must be a bottom line for distrust, Zhang Ming replied. Beyond this bottom line, I can only trust you, otherwise the world might as well be destroyed. In fact, I have thought that if you suddenly become Suyin, I will kneel down and beg for mercy, and accept the loss. You know, even if I watch a real drama, I have to pay for the ticket, although this ticket money is my life. It's a pity. Then, now I tell you a fact, Hulu righteously said a cold joke. In fact, my essence is a gourd. Are you scared? Zhang Ming smiled and trembled twice. Oh, by the way, if you kill Suyin, will you become the ultimate? Little Hulu was shocked by his brain circuit and quickly explained, no, don't think so. We were born from the scales of judgment, which is equivalent to, we each have half of the authority of the scales of judgment. If I die, it will get all the rights of the judgment scale and can control the value of wishes, then it will be the real ultimate. The gap between me and Suyin is too big. Even if it dies, I can't become the ultimate. You should know that my rules have many flaws. I advise you not to hold this idea. From now on, never contact Suyin again. That won't work. No matter what, sooner or later I will kill it. Now I'll take you to another dream world. Zhang Ming looked back and heard a loud boom. The dream world he just entered was destroyed. The huge airwave was like a mushroom cloud of a nuclear bomb. It's okay, don't be afraid. Their power is not unlimited. I will protect you. It's difficult for them to find you. You have a memory backup. Even if they destroy all the dreams, you will not lose your memory immediately. Don't worry. Hulu kept comforting him. Zhang Ming also knew that the situation was not optimistic, but smiled and said, "How could I be afraid? Do you know how relaxed I am now? As long as I don't have that kind of mental exhaustion, I really feel that I am on an outing, which is a bit relaxing." Ms. Hulu held it in for a long time, and found that Zhang Ming was sincerely happy, and finally she could only hold out an incomprehensible, "I'm sorry, don't be sorry, the power transmitted by the unknown demon god is almost infinite. And there will be more and more enemies, right? Well, if your partners in the outside world can find a world to isolate the transmission of the demon god's power, we may have a chance to escape. Believe them, they will do so. I have a way to notify them. If my power is exhausted, I will hide in the memory library, and you will run away with a notebook. We will take turns to take over." "Okay, no problem." Zhang Ming is actually very relaxed. He is really relaxed. Obviously, the life and death crisis has not been resolved, but after the big stone in his heart fell, there is an indescribable sense of satisfaction. He can actually completely trust Xiao Hulu. "I always feel that I am taking a girl on an outing in the terrifying Silent Hill, although this girl is a little stupid and says I'm sorry all the time. The terrifying existence called God is searching for the escaped spoils. The obscure mist rises. Countless polluted nightmares crawl everywhere. Their ability is simple pollution. Once touched, the bones and marrow will be chiseled and the mental damage will be caused. This demon god must be related to mental pollution. I know its name, but I can't tell you, because cognition is equivalent to pollution. Fortunately, it has no wisdom. It's just a transaction based on the scale of judgment. Is that so? Then just give it a code name and call it Dusk. One day, I will kill Dusk. It has made me spend a difficult 10 years. Zhang Ming always feels like he has returned to his student days and is showing off his superb skills in playing games. When I was young, I always had a stupid happiness. I even had to boast about playing games well. What about Big Dragon, ADC and other incomprehensible professional terms that made the girl stunned? Even though he only had one life and was beaten a little embarrassed by the enemy, he didn't have to hand in homework, write papers, or worry about exams. It was really a leisurely time. Hulu was terrified because Zhang Ming was really weak and couldn't even hold the axe of the abyss. "You need to go back and recuperate quickly. Now, I'll take over your shift." Ms. Hulu ran out of the library to take over. She took the axe and chopped at the air. Soon, a gap was cut. Zhang Ming couldn't help but cover his eyes. The images shattered. His ex-girlfriend was actually quite cute and well-behaved, like a girl next door, with curved eyebrows, a small and delicate nose, and a pink clip on her black and shiny hair. Speaking of which, she was only 17 years old that year. 17-year-old girls are always full of energy. As long as they dress up simply, they won't be too bad. It's a pity that when she holds the axe, she always feels like a little girl who has turned into a female slasher. Don't feel weird. This is a spiritual space, built based on your memories, and has some common sense of physics. I want to break through the ruins of the dream. This is the only way. I can't use kicking waves, right? Chapter 313. You should curse more viciously. Zhang Ming saw the other party holding an axe and slashing at the air, and said with a sigh, "Well, I just miss the past." She looked very obedient on the surface, but actually had a bit of a personality. Little girls are like this, wanting to possess everything. I understand this truth when I am older. This is also the reason why first love is not successful. Can you not wear the appearance of my ex-girlfriend? It looks quite strange. Or you can change it. Zhang Ming rarely praised. The lost people and stories should live completely in memory. Don't remind me from time to time. And you don't have to play her. I think you should have your own style. There is no need to play others, right? You'd better have your own image. Whether it's a human or a gourd, there must be a main image, right? Okay, I can now become your father, mother, sister, or your own image, because this dream space is built based on your memory. Using the image you are familiar with can reduce my mental consumption, especially the male image. The power can be slightly greater, so you want me to become you, or your father's image? If it is exactly the same as you, it can increase your strength by about 10%. Zhang Ming was speechless. This guy must be maliciously retaliating. He imagined the scene of two big men relying on each other, holding hands, and bravely going to the end of the world. Suddenly, he felt a chill in his heart and felt a faint attack of mental illness. Don't be like this. With 10% more strength, the mental value is decreasing every day. Well, in short, what kind of image do you want me to appear in? In your memory, your thoughts are similar to Mr. Shimima. Do you want me to play something special? Don't. Zhang Ming got into the memory library, lay down, and said shamelessly, although I do think so sometimes, I never say it, right, this world always pays attention to deeds rather than hearts. It is rare to see a bitch like Shimma who speaks directly. The milky white light made him feel comfortable, and the pollution on his body was slowly disappearing. But you have had more bold ideas. Hulu ran away while gossiping. I didn't guess before that you actually had such thoughts in your heart. Zhang Ming was not embarrassed at all. He lay on the floor of the library, recovered his mental strength, and said righteously, this is your fault, Mom. You peeked into the memory library. I won't condemn you, just assume you saw it accidentally. Then you used some thoughts in my memory as capital to tease me. You should know that the so-called one thought is 3,000, even the Buddha has various desires. You can't regard a little perversion in my heart as all of me. Your gourd, which doesn't cost anything to make a wish, will always make people think about it. The light in Madame Gourd's eyes flickered, and she thought Zhang Ming's debate was quite interesting. I really enjoy this feeling of trust or being trusted. Okay, I won't peek into your memory in the future, nor will I accept other people's random wishes. As compensation for peeking into your memory, what wish do you want to make? As long as I can do it. However, I must first state that this is just the ruins of your dream, not the real world. Things you have never experienced cannot be reproduced. Zhang Ming scratched his head, feeling that this guy was luring him into the abyss of evil through some special method. He hadn't thought about it at first, but the little gourd made him a psychopath. Zhang Ming pondered for a moment. First of all, my first wish is that you should not call me you in the future. It makes you look like a special service staff with ulterior motives. Okay, I got it. I won't call you you in the future. Is that the only wish? The gourd looked unsatisfied. You can ask for more. The second wish is that you curse me from the bottom of your heart. Well, why? Apologize for the distrust in the past. You helped me a lot, but everyone treated you like that. I let you curse. You might feel happier. Don't mind if you curse more viciously. After all, we may have to get along for a long time. As an old troll who has insulted Suin for 84 years, Zhang Ming knows deeply that trolling people is still very stress-relieving. Isn't that how those trolls on the internet come from? You can troll as much as you want. Okay, I'll fulfill your wish. Hulu was actually quite happy, but because she wasn't aggressive, she couldn't think of any words to scold people after thinking for a long time. Finally, she racked her brains and said faintly, I thought of it. Are you ready to face my complaints accumulated over the past 10 years? Because I haven't scolded anyone, my aggressiveness may exceed your psychological expectations. I'm ready. Let me see your ability to be a troll. Come on. Zhang Ming was excited to take the challenge. Ms. Hulu was very hesitant, but she started to scold in a low voice. Zhang Mama, you are such a big fool. The calm demon sea had no waves, and only the howling of turtles could be heard faintly. Ah, Emperor Zhang died just like that? Died of mental illness? He just died like that. The great journey ended just like that. The emotional little white turtle was still in an incredible state. It couldn't accept Zhang Ming's death. After some discussion, the animals did not go their separate ways in the end, and decided to go see if the guy was still alive. Zhang Ming's experience taught Xiaobai a rich and colorful lesson. The Sea of Demons is full of dangers. No matter how strong a creature is, it may be fine today, but it may overturn tomorrow due to various accidents. Keeping a low profile is the way to go. Xiaobai is determined not to come out of the mountain until he becomes the strongest in the world. Splash! The propeller stirs the seawater and pushes the ship forward at high speed. Soon, under Xiaobai's driving, the steamship approaches the destroyed world. 10 kilometers away, the partners saw dense mushrooms, yellow, purple, red, and brown, like strange creeping blood vessels, extending outward in all directions. I can sense his axe in that direction, Xiaobai howled, but he could not sense any life force. He is really dead. I'll go and take a look. You bastard, don't act rashly. I don't know what Mama's mentality was. She wanted to tease him, but now she couldn't seem to gloat over his misfortune. She jumped into the water with a plop and rolled over on the sea like a football. Not long after, she found the little gourd that had lost its light, Hao Ji's grave, and the axe of the abyss filled with blood on the beach on the shore. Zhang Ming's body was not found. Why do I feel like they have merged? She fiddled with it suspiciously. I can't move this axe. Mama rolled back onto the boat. Pelican, go and dig out Hao Ji's grave, and then get the axe and gourd back. The big sister pelican cackled a few times, her eyes sharp. Why did she have to do such physical work after just getting this boat? This mushroom-like world hunter has a strong parasitic and reproductive ability, and it destroyed the world because of this. If it is not handled properly, it will be parasitized. Who will save it then? Pelican? Captain Bird, don't you care about the lives of the crew? 2 crew members died there, and you didn't even go to retrieve the bodies. How can you be a captain like this, huh? The pelican was startled, and thought about it with its not-so-developed head. Yes, it is the captain now. The obscene stone finally experienced the fun of yin and yang, and it began to tease the newly appointed silly bird captain with its super high IQ. The captain must have a sense of responsibility, otherwise why should we believe in you? Now 2 are dead, no, including the wishing monster, 3 crew members are dead. 3. The pelican opened its bloody mouth and raised its wings. When it heard the word captain, it felt indescribably heroic. It is the owner of this ship, and it defeated Zhang Ming and snatched this ship. If it wants to be the captain, it has to convince the animals. Thinking of Brother Hao and Zhang Ming, its eyes softened a little, and it sighed. The dog was dead, and the man was dead too. Flowers bloom and fall, and the tides rise and fall. Fortunately, the pelican has also experienced many lives and deaths. Soon it gritted its teeth, spread its wings and soared to the coastline. Gagan, it roared a huge circular sound wave from its mouth. For a while, a large number of mushrooms fell to the ground and slumped. Its sonic attack can target the soul and is also effective for plants. Taking advantage of this time, the pelican used its claws to quickly dig out a grave. One claw grabbed the backpack inside, and the other claw grabbed the small gourd. It still held the huge axe of the abyss in its mouth and flew back to the ship. Gagan, the pelican was panting with exhaustion. This axe is too damn heavy. Is it for humans? Captain Bird, cow, Shimama roared at the edge of the deck. In the compliments of the slave, the pelican lost himself, squinting his eyes and calling coo coo coo. This is exactly the feeling. It is worth it that it has spent 100 years to hone itself and challenge strong enemies all the time. Isn't it for this moment? Only the fiery red eyeballs that represent Baize's consciousness were silent. What's wrong with the stupid bird? It became like this after being praised a few times. Moreover, it looks like it has some potential. However, Baize didn't worry about it. As time passed, the blood of the past beasts branched out and hybridized for countless generations. Many bloodlines are too thin and have no effect, but a small number of creatures will experience atavism. Baize was just carefully exploring the contents of the gourd. It seems that it is not dead yet, a suspicious demon anchor. No matter how much attention is paid to it, it is not excessive. Of course, it is not good to throw it away, but it is not easy to keep it. The old goat Baize was so entangled in his heart. Chapter 314, Lao Zhang, might be dead? Brother Hao is really dead. He is also an old man here. Let him return to the world tree and rest in peace. Shimama sighed and directed Xiaobei to sprinkle the ashes on the flower pot of the world tree. Xiaobei's eyes were naturally filled with tears. After so many years, the world tree has grown a little bit. The world tree seems to know that the dog, which constitutes a part of its consciousness, is no longer there. When the ashes were sprinkled on the soil, the buds shone slightly and a small leaf suddenly grew out. It looks so young, but full of vitality. It's lit. The world tree is actually lit, Brother Hao. This will always be your home, haha. Many animals are looking forward to Brother Hao to become a part of this bud. It can also be regarded as a small spiritual sustenance. The old sheephead, who is used to seeing life and death, calmed down immediately and said, I don't know what happened. The gourd seems to contain Zhang Ming's body, but the power of long-cherished wish has not been transmitted on a large scale. I don't know what happened, I can't sense more. I don't know whether Zhang Ming is dead or alive, and the so-called demon god war has not broken out. I can sense that this gourd still has signs of life, so, what should we do now? Where should we go? Shimama said in a muffled voice, it's better not to go back to Turtle Island. If Xiaobei is not trained into a black tortoise, it can't be considered a return home. What's the point of going back? Never go back to Turtle Island. Xiaobei was stunned for a moment and nodded slightly. Even without Emperor Zhang leading the team, it still has to continue to venture into the sea of demon gods. After all, the thoughts, culture and ideology of the Zhuangwu clan are different from those of humans. As time goes by, Xiaobei rarely thinks of his hometown. The pelican was also very pleased to see Xiaobei so ambitious, and picked up Xiaobei and chattered wildly. Shimama wondered, are we going to the human world? This world tree can only sense the Zuanwu world and the human world, right? We can't find other worlds either, Xiaobei said while playing with the pelican's sister. What are we going to do in the human world? Without Zhang Ming, we will be caught and dissected by humans, right? That's true. Are we going to drift in the sea of demons? Do nothing, just eat and wait for death every day. Shimama was a little troubled. She didn't expect that after Zhang Ming died, they even lost their goal. So she could only ask for help from the new captain, the bird emperor. The pelican's poor brain capacity was also confused. It had been flying around in the sea of demons all its life. It was hungry and hungry, either chasing monsters or being chased. The final goal was to defeat the villain Zhang the Great and seize the ship. Now that the pelican has achieved its bird-life goal, everything seems dull again. The pelican fell into sage mode. Wait a minute, while many animals were discussing, Old Man Bizer was stunned for a moment. He stayed on the main body of the moon and suddenly felt that the space-time worm moved a few times. It seemed to be a regular vibration. 3 short, 3 long, 3 short, the moon is shaking, the moon is shaking, what does it mean? Xiaobei, who graduated with a doctorate, suddenly thought of something and danced with joy. It means help. I have seen it in a book. It is the Morse code among humans. It means asking for help. He is not dead yet, help. Then, the moon shook again. 3 short, 3 long, 3 short. It seems that it was caused by the triggering of the rules of the demon god. After this, the moon returned to silence. Many animals were overjoyed. Zhang Ming was really not dead. Immediately find a world and settle down first to isolate the power of the demon god. Bizer was happy in his heart, but he did not lose his calmness. Pelican, can you see it? Ga, the pelican called out. In its field of vision, the terrifying black line from the depths of the sea was continuously transmitting power to this gourd. This black line is too terrifying. Any little bit of power contained in it makes it tremble with fear. If it weren't for the fact that its crew was inside, it would have thrown away the gourd long ago. That is to say, for some reason, he is not dead yet and is still resisting. Bizer analyzed, we have to cut off the continuous infiltration of the power of the demon god, otherwise he will die sooner or later. How to cut it off? That is the anchor of the demon god, and you Yang Mama don't have that ability, Stone twined. Does the world have this ability? I don't know that. But even if these thin lines cannot be cut off, a normal world should be able to prevent the infiltration of the demon god's power. From this point of view, the world hunter is really amazing. There are some things that the demon god can't do, but the world hunter can actually do it. How about this? Let's go and catch some world hunters first, let the world hunters lead the way, and take us to the nearest world. How about it? In any case, let's rest and recuperate first. I also want to see what the world is. Bizer's intelligence is higher than that of the bird and the stone after all. In a few words, he set a general goal. The big sister of the pelican naturally had no objection. It had been drifting for a long time and had forgotten what its original world was like. If it could find a new world and rest for a while, it would be a good thing. But the question was, who would catch the world hunter? Although it looked like a group of mushrooms, it might be something more perverted. How could the world hunter lead the way? If it doesn't work, I can only send my original body out. The flames in Bizer's eyes jumped, but I don't have the control authority over the moon. Once I come out, I can't go back. Besides, I currently only have the soul power for a large-scale battle. After that, I will be much weaker. The black stone was immediately furious. Why would your original body be used to take action? Isn't there still the Stone Emperor? Xiaobei, go. Today is the time to show the results of your practice and wisdom. You have to prove that you can succeed without Zhang Mama leading the way. The ship turned in a direction and rushed towards the direction of the world of death. Lao Zhang, he might be dead 10 years ago. He called me and said he had the realization. That was our last communication. After that, we didn't have any contact for 10 years. In the past, he would contact me once every 1 or 2 years, or 3 or 5 years. Now there has been no contact for 10 years. I think he might really be dead. This news is cruel, but we must be mentally prepared for it. The weather in Dongho City is not good today. The downpour is endless, and the dark clouds are endless, as if the whole world has turned black and white. Wang Fuman sat in the office and sighed slightly. This news is so important that he didn't know how to reveal it to the highest level of mankind. So far, he still hasn't revealed it. Sitting opposite him is Karl Baochijin, a partner of the famous military enterprise, Yuanguang Group, also known as Comrade Li Xianfeng, who looks a little old again. After 10 years, why did he change from a boss to partner? Because his business is getting bigger and bigger, and the United Government does not allow the unique technology of human civilization to be controlled by private capital. It is impossible to agree to allow private armed forces to override the coalition government. The political strife was not something Li Xianfeng could stop, so he naturally changed from a boss to partner. Fortunately, this partner also had certain power to call on capital. Of course, it was for the sake of the face of Wang Fumin, the strongest man on earth, that he retained that little thing. Otherwise, a person without power and strength would have been kicked out long ago. Just like Steve Jobs, the founder of Apple, was kicked out, the ripe peaches will always be picked. From a certain perspective, every era is similar. Li Xianfeng was more open-minded about material things. He was shocked by the news of Zhang Ming's death. For a while, he couldn't even hold the tea steadily. With a pop, the cup fell on the table. The founder of the breathing technique who came from heaven was actually dead? He stared blankly at the heavy rain outside the window, thunder and lightning, and roars came from the distance. This is just my guess, Wang Fumin said helplessly. The mortality rate of derealization is 100%. Under normal circumstances, a person who breaks through the limits of human values will die within a month. Ordinary people will go crazy in a few hours. Now there has been no news for 10 years. I can only guess this way. During the years when Zhang Ming was trapped in the abyss, he had no contact with the earth, and his influence in the human community gradually decreased. Humans are always forgetful creatures. The next generation of children have not personally experienced Zhang Ming's deeds and can only learn from textbooks, so the impression is a little bit lighter. The hero of more than 100 years ago is really too long ago, not to mention that the official definition has disappeared in the Sea of Demons in order to find an opportunity for human progress. The disappearance is tacitly regarded as death by the general public. Of course, some people in the upper echelons of humanity believe that Zhang Ming is still alive. However, with the changes of the times and the oppression of the historical torrent, how many people are the real helmsmen? They are just drifting with the tide. Many of those who think Zhang Ming is still alive have ulterior motives and just want to borrow the influence of Lao Zhang. There are tens of thousands of politicians in the world, but only a few statesmen. Various obstacles are like an airtight net. It is free and comfortable to move within the net, but once you touch the net, you will be stuck in a quagmire and unable to move. Fortunately, human civilization is indeed progressing rapidly, and a true golden age has arrived after the Dawn Age. The economy, technology, and military are developing in all directions, and the population is recovering rapidly. Even without Lao Zhang's trump card, it is no longer an inferior civilization that will be easily exterminated. I have kept this secret for 10 years. Don't tell anyone else. Just treat him as missing. It is always good to keep some hope. Chapter 315 Changes in the Earth. I understand. Li Xianfeng gradually came back to his senses, his heart as cold as ice. But no matter what, even if Lao Zhang died, the sun would still rise in the east and set in the west. The world is so cruel. There is another very important thing. The trade ship of Honggang civilization will arrive soon. Wang Fumin swallowed his saliva and sighed in a low voice. The supernatural foundation of our human beings is still far behind that of Honggang civilization, and we don't have an advantage in trade, so I can only conceal Lao Zhang's situation. We still have to borrow his influence as a supernatural person. It's a point if we can get some discounts. Wang Fumin showed a guilty look on his face. It's really a sin. It feels like eating up the whole family. He may have died in unspeakable pain. The pain of derealization is hard to imagine, and we can't help at all, and I'm borrowing his influence here. The atmosphere in the room seemed a little cold and lonely. The world outside the window was still prosperous, but some things, knowing them would make you lose that sense of happiness. He shouldn't care about that. Li Xianfeng smiled bitterly. Just go and trade with confidence. What's more, you are not a weakling in the Sea of Demons, so don't underestimate yourself. I'm not underestimated, but I feel a little ashamed. There are many things I should have done but haven't done them well. So many years have passed, and our world doesn't seem to have changed at all. That's not the case. You can't see the true face of Mount Lu because you are in it. In fact, the changes in the whole world are still quite large. Moreover, the trend of the times cannot be reversed by human power. A person's power is limited, and you don't need to blame yourself too much. Li Xianfang changed the subject. As long as you can fulfill your responsibilities, it's already very good. How is your great-granddaughter? Is her health getting better? Old Wang shook his head. Alice, congenital heart disease. I'm afraid current technology can't cure it. But it's okay. It just can't do strenuous exercise. It's not a big problem if she lives a normal life. However, my great-granddaughter's personality is finally different from my daughter. She has been well educated since she was a child, and maybe she is a good student. When talking about children, old Wang showed a faint smile on his face. The next generation always carries more hope, although in most cases, the next generation is just ordinary people. He restrained his emotions and waved his hand. Let's go. It's time to go to the Demon Sea. I hope there will be a good harvest. Bon voyage. Li Xianfang also left the office and sighed softly. Wang Fumin's strength is too strong. There are countless people who try to please him and tolerate him, which makes Lao Wang still have a trace of conscience. He actually thinks that his descendants need to study. This is too conscientious, and it's a bit funny. Maybe Qin Yue is right. Lao Wang is not a talent for politics. At most, he can only deal with the outside world, not the inside. On the contrary, the faster Li Xianfang walks in this life, the more he touches the social network in the dark. The coalition government confiscated a lot of his property, which is normal. Power does not allow private armed forces to override society, especially unique technology. But if these are really nationalized, Li Xianfang will not complain about anything. But the bad thing is that a large part of these wealth has been pocketed by private people. He raised his head, coughed heavily twice, and coughed up bright red blood from his lungs. It seems that this is the limit of a conscientious capitalist. It can't be called conscience. In order to pursue efficiency, capital itself has original sin. Without various means, human nature will naturally move towards laziness. It's just that Li Xianfang feels that he has a conscience. He smiled bitterly. Without the protection of power, you can only go this far, unless you abandon the illusory conscience and pursue more power. In this life, because of long-term contact with snowflakes and his lack of personal strength, it is inevitable that there will be some impact. His physical condition is not good, and he may not live for a few years. It's time to plan for the next life. Li Xianfang thought a lot. He has accumulated a lot of money and knowledge in this life, and he has many first-class talents under his command. What can he leave for the next life? What industry should he be engaged in the next life? The rainstorm in the sky came and went quickly. After the rain, Wang Fumin took a plane to Yunhai City, the easternmost city on the earth. Looking down from the sky, the blue sea is like a piece of flawless blue satin. In the sun, it sparkles with golden dots. The sea is covered with ripples, and the waves are like fish scales. The seagulls flap their wings, greet the sea, and then disappear into the sky. The petrels stop and stare at the sea, admiring the magic and magnificence of the sea. This is the former Tokyo. Due to the sharp rise in sea levels, most of Tokyo has been submerged. Only in the Mount Fuji area with a higher altitude, there are still large tracts of islands. Beyond the islands is the real Demon Sea. The operation of economy and capital is indeed an objective law that overrides human will. The United Government has no intention of vigorously developing this island, but money moves people's hearts. The resources of the Demon Sea are indeed more than one level richer than the Earth. Various multinational capitals and private armed forces flock to it and continue to build islands. In just 20 years, Yunhai City has become an international metropolis. In contrast, the war-torn Western continent, even with a massive investment and various appeals from the United Government, has only recovered 30% of its population. If capital is a demon god, then it must be the most influential demon god. It dominates the operation of human society and controls the human blood. There have even been sporadic armed attacks surrounding the construction of Yunhai City. There will always be fearless expedition teams who feel that they are strong enough and want to go out to find wealth. Confucianism disrupts the law with literature, and knights violate the law with force. Now that the strength of the people has risen, they are blocking this group of people, making it seem like they have blocked their way to wealth, and conflicts continue. In this case, the United Government decided after a meeting that it is better to open up than to block, and that humans do need the wealth of the Sea of Demons, not to mention that this kind of expedition is a matter of life and death. So what if these desperate people die outside? An adjutant took out a bunch of information. Mr. Wang, Now I don't know where the rumor came from, saying that children born in the Demon Sea are smarter. Some financial groups are lobbying the coalition government to allow cruise ships to carry large numbers of passengers and start the business of children born outside. Psycho, looking for trouble. Where do the rumors come from? Wang Fumin cursed in his heart. He really felt that there were not enough things to do, so he had to make this money? But he still asked, how much does it cost to have a child? The current price of hiring a group of qualified mercenaries in the black market is 50 million. Anyway, it only takes 1 day, and it will be cut out by cesarean section. Wang Fumin's eyelids twitched twice. 50 million a day, it's really crazy. The current currency of Pangu continent has been unified, and the currency value is similar to that of the Great Xia Kingdom in the old era. 1 caddy of pork is 12 to 15 yuan, and 1 caddy of rice is about 2 yuan. 50 million is really a very high price. But he still thinks that it is really a crazy act just to have a child. The adjutant added, a new batch of standard weapons has arrived at the front line. The materials for civilized trade will be delivered in large cargo ships in the next 3 months. Require them not to have any defective products, Wang Fumin said, otherwise I will chop off the heads of those suppliers and send them to our friends from other civilizations. He actually doesn't like this city. This city of luxury and debauchery operates in a completely different way from the normal world. The population of Yunhai City is about 2.2 million, including 100,000 permanent soldiers, about 200,000 civilian superpowers, explorers, mercenaries, and all kinds of messy service personnel, such as auctions, rare items appraisals, and all kinds of strange chambers of commerce and guilds. All kinds of dirty forces, underworld, women who sell their bodies, loan sharks, tax evaders, and drug addicts. This ghost place is the Gotham City of the new era. How can old Wang, who was born in the old era, like this kind of den of money? But there is no way. Humans really need this city. Not to mention that humans need the benefits of the Sea of Demons. They need a place where dirt can be hidden. It is a good thing to have a place that attracts criminals. The world behind humans is too big, and with the growth of comprehensive strength, the number of superpower criminals is increasing, and the destructive power is quite amazing. After all, Yunhai City is only a medium-sized city. Even if it is artificially reclaiming land every year, it can't expand much. This glamorous and decadent den of money naturally attracts all kinds of criminals, so the battle between international security guards and superpower criminals, the confrontation between justice and evil, happens here almost every day. Alice, what kind of shitty computer hacker is this? He obviously has intellectual ability, but he insists on being a criminal. He's really a little sick in the brain. Wang Fumin read this information on the plane and shook his head helplessly. Isn't it better to use it in the right way? And this wilderness gourmet, who likes to make women into human meat buns, is this guy the reincarnation of the world hunter? This international security guard died? He was only 30 years old. Alice, rest in peace. It is indeed a luxury to want mankind to unite. Even if the disaster of genocide comes, there are still people who sing the song of the back garden across the river. Now human civilization is in a rare period of prosperity. It is really a mixed bag, and it is impossible to manage it. Fortunately, Wang Fumin is not too worried about these things, because he has seen too much. He is a military personnel, not an international security guard. If he meets some mice in person, he will just crush them to death. If he doesn't meet them, he doesn't have much time to look for them deliberately. After all, he is too busy and can't do anything else. Chapter 316, The Honggang Civilization Trade Fleet arrives on Earth. Attention, passengers. The plane is about to land at Yunhai Military Airport. Please put away the tables and fasten your seat belts. Through the window, you can see the busy dock. Every day, tens of thousands of people come to Yunhai City with great ambitions, and tens of thousands of people leave in dejection. The few frontier islands at the farthest point are military areas, and are also areas of key military vigilance. Boom, the plane landed steadily on the ground, and the air at the seaside seemed a little salty, humid and stuffy. Lao Wen took a document in his hand and strode to the central conference hall. Almost all the people who were supposed to come were here, top scholars, diplomats, translators, reporters from all walks of life from all over the world, and a large number of superpowered people with relatively strong strength. My friends, this is our first exchange with the Honggang civilization, and it is also a very important diplomatic activity. They have come from thousands of miles away, or even billions of miles away, and brought a large amount of trade materials. I believe you all understand the importance of this event, so I won't waste any more words. I am fully responsible for this operation. First of all, I need to make it clear that it is strictly forbidden to disclose any information about the Earth in private, including sensitive information such as population and land area. Otherwise, you will be sentenced to crimes against humanity. The death penalty is the most lenient way to deal with it. We have special polygraph personnel to monitor the oaths you have taken. The people below were slightly agitated. Crimes against humanity, that is really the cruelest word. Second, it is strictly forbidden to use any superpowers in front of aliens. I can understand that everyone has some talents, but alien civilizations must send the elites among the elites. Don't create conflicts for no reason. Third, do a good job of biochemical protection. Everyone here is quite strong. They are not afraid of most bacteria and viruses, but ordinary humans are afraid. Don't spread the pathogenic microorganisms of the demon sea to the earth. Lao Wen talked about a lot of precautions. He himself was actually too lazy to say these. But in this team, there are quite a few young people who are in contact with extraterritorial civilizations for the first time. They are considered the future elites of the earth and have great training value. Young people always need experience. If everything is done by the old guys, what if these old guys die? Won't the human race be cut off? In addition, it is inevitable that there will be a few second-generation people who are not very capable but are forced in. Many of Wang Fuman's words are prepared for this group of people. They don't ask them to make contributions, as long as they don't make mistakes. Of course, there aren't many second generations who are as stupid as those in TV dramas. They just come here to gain experience, and they are quite clear about their own worth. If you have symptoms of being a lost person, please report it immediately. We have spare planes to escort the lost people back to their hometown. This diplomatic journey will take at least 6 months and at most 3 to 5 years. It is quite long. At this point, Lao Wen couldn't help but think of Zhang Ming, who might have died. The lost are the first factor in the mortality rate in the Sea of Demons. The more people traveling together, the lower the probability of getting the lost symptoms. Everyone knows this, although the number of people traveling together this time is more than 10,000. According to current statistics, under long-term high pressure, the probability of the lost will rise all the way, and even a domino-like collapse effect will occur, with everyone on the ship showing similar symptoms. Please maintain a good attitude, maintain social interaction, and don't be too stressed. Once you can't hold on, go home quickly. This is not a shameful thing. Do you understand? I understand. Let's not waste any more time. Let's set off immediately. Wang Fuman waved his hand and led everyone to a giant ship. This 200,000-ton super ship is the latest developed Dreadnought-class nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, which can carry 60 aircraft and 12 hydrogen bombs. It can also support various scientific research activities, such as airships, hot air balloons, and submarines. The Dreadnought-class nuclear-powered aircraft carrier slowly started up, along with 3 other smaller aircraft carriers and more than 30 functional ships of various types, and set off on a journey to the distance. On the other hand, the Honggang civilization fleet, which was about to arrive on Earth, was led by a deep-sea admiral named Tadao. The 300,000-ton ocean-going ship seemed to have suffered from the passage of time. Time is the saddest pigment, and it always stains it with a layer of indelible yellow-brown. However, the crew on the deck was full of energy, strong and powerful, and each of them showed a happy expression. Admiral, we are not far from the territory of the Snake people. We will be able to arrive in about a month. We have already established electromagnetic wave contact. The Snake people and human civilization have artificially built a small island in the Sea of Demons. There are tens of thousands of people gathered inside. We can rest there. Got it? Tadao laughed loudly. We have finally reached our destination. It's not easy. Old friends, meet new friends, human civilization, and learn forging skills. After all, they are the race that gave birth to extraordinary people, and they are also a technological civilization. I don't know what they are like. I heard that their unique technology, ultra-low temperature etching, can complement ours. Don't despise it. Do you understand? Got it? These bearded men who have seen ups and downs are talking and laughing on the deck, stroking their long beards, and their expressions are very relaxed. For them, even if they don't enter the world, having a piece of land in the Sea of Demons to rest can also ease the fatigue of a long journey. Don't let down your guard before reaching the destination, Tadao shouted loudly. Once we reach the island, I allow everyone to drink a sip of the wine from the alien civilization, and then rest for 3 days and 3 nights, understood? Many soldiers under his command shouted in unison. This admiral looks similar to Gondar, and what's more clever is that he is Gondar's younger brother. In fact, there is a reason to send Gondar's younger brother. The face fruit exists in most civilizations. The extraordinary man is a friend of Gondar for life and death, so sending Gondar's younger brother is a bit of face, right? Of course. Tatar himself must be competitive and strong enough to take on the task of deep-sea admiral. It must be said that this family is quite prosperous. 2 top-level masters in one family are also quite rare in the Honggang world. Tatar returned to the captain's room and began to consume the source of the world through the furnace communicator to talk to his brother. Anyway, they were about to reach their destination, and consuming the source of the world for more than 10 minutes was not a big problem. Oh, are you almost reaching the human side? Haha, that's good. Congratulations. It was smooth along the way. We were lucky. Unlike your brother, I fell into the abyss for no reason. Fortunately, it was a blessing in disguise. Not only did I get out of the abyss, but I also made friends with a supernatural being and gained a lot of benefits. Look at your brother's armor, it's crown level. In a few years, we will return to our homeland. I have written my memoirs and I am waiting for them to sell well. Gondar twisted his thick body on the screen, stroking his brown-red beard. His expression was so proud. After so many years, he was still addicted to the precious gifts given by Zhang Ming, especially showing off in front of his relatives. The pleasure of returning home in glory was really irresistible. Oh, Tatar, I have prepared some precious gifts for you, but I won't tell you what they are. Although he kept it a secret, Gondar opened the treasure chest halfway, whether intentionally or unintentionally. The light inside made Tatar tremble with fear, and he almost couldn't stand. He saw refined gold. Distinguishing the types of minerals is the nature of Honggang people. But what is this? A refined gold weapon? A piece of armor? Or something else? Tatar was immediately blushing and frightened by his brother. He was so excited that he wished he could grow a pair of wings and fly back. But it would take at least several decades for him to go back, and he was sweating profusely. Ha, I'll tell you directly, it's a piece of armor and an axe. Your brother, I'm rich. Gondar on the screen laughed 3 times, and then calmed down. Okay, now let's talk about business. How are you going to trade with humans? Just tell me. It is actually difficult to have an absolutely fair measurement system for trade between unique technologies. After all, this is not something that we come into contact with every day, such as food, clothing, housing and transportation. The price has long been recognized in practice. No matter how excellent the scientific researchers are, no matter how talented they can't tell the good or bad of the unique technologies of other civilizations without a few years of research. And civilization trade often stops after one trade, so there are many hidden pits in it. For example, selling inferior goods as good ones. Anyway, you can't tell the good or bad for a while, so I might as well sell you some rags, which can save huge costs. There is also a hidden pit that is difficult to maintain. After buying it, the key parts are damaged within a few years. This happens often. Many unique technologies are related to the will of the world, and they cannot be repaired even if they want to. So the machine that was purchased at a high price is directly broken and can only be thrown aside. Of course, there are more hidden pits, such as the transaction directly turning into robbery, the goods received and then disappearing, etc. These are basically not considered. After all, human civilization has produced an extraordinary person, and it is not so shameless that he hides in his own world after robbing the goods. What's more, the Honggang people have been communicating with the Snake people for some years. With the Snake people civilization as an intermediary guarantor, they are not too worried about being robbed. Chapter 317, Signs of a Spreading Disaster Getting Out of Control. Tatar said, follow the instructions of the High Council, we can have normal exchanges. It is okay to suffer a little loss, as long as we don't suffer a big loss. The first civilized trade negotiation is equivalent to setting a price standard, which will affect the subsequent exchanges for many years, so we can't give up too much profit. Gondar on the other side of the screen nodded. I understand, you can't just go over and sign an unfair treaty, otherwise you will be impeached for nothing when you go back. The Honggang people are not peaceful either, there is a lot of competition, including vicious competition. Tatar said seriously, of course, it's not a big problem to give a batch of precious gifts, business is business. Friendship is friendship, the two cannot be confused. Well, it's not bad to do this. How many gifts have you decided to give? Tadao said, I will send you a list of supplies later. In fact, it's not a small amount. Recently, a batch of gifts has been added. It may be because your harvest is too exaggerated, it's so exaggerated that our trade volume has become a fraction. Tadao lowered his voice, I dare not tell my subordinates about this, otherwise everyone's morale may disappear in an instant. Ha ha ha, it's better not to say it. Maintaining morale is important. Oh, your mission is not easy either. He worked hard to accumulate merits, but in the end, it was still not as good as a hair of his elder brother's adventure. Of course, this kind of adventure is not common, and it can be compiled into the legend of the Sea of Demons. In more cases, it is swallowed by the abyss and all the crew members die. So envy is not enough. Since the High Council has already issued instructions, I won't say much. I wish you all the best in a successful return. Gondar smiled. Maybe in the future, we brothers will be able to have a drink with His Excellency. Although he is alone on the ocean, as long as he is not attacked by the demon god, there should be no problem. Anyway, he will definitely not die. Haha, I am looking forward to seeing him too. After closing the communication, Tatter breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. He took a bottle of alcoholic beverage and drank it leisurely. He was still quite relaxed. Then, suddenly, another message came from the communicator, still from the base camp. After seeing this message, his face changed slightly. The title of the message: Notice from 1A Civilization, regarding the Garangay world community, there are suspected signs of a spread of disaster out of control. The world community is very large, and it is quite difficult to explore before advanced transportation is mastered. Over the years, the Hongang people have only explored about 5% of the area of this world community. In fact, most areas of the Demon Sea are of little value. There are no special creatures, no high-quality mineral veins, and nothing except a few fish in the vast ocean. The most valuable are naturally the hidden worlds. But the world hides itself, and the civilizations in it have to take the initiative to come out to communicate. Most civilizations don't even have the ability to leave the cradle. There is still a very high threshold to survive in the Demon Sea. Some primitive civilizations, or civilizations with low racial values, will die as soon as they go out to sea. The strongest civilization in this community, named 1A Civilization, is suspected to have extraordinary people and master unique technologies related to advanced transportation tools, and can already cross the world community. This notice was issued by 1A Civilization. This world community is called Geysiran World Community, and the sea area next to it is called Garangay World Community. Well, it does sound quite awkward, and I don't know what the naming rules are. Anyway, it's probably a sign. Now the disaster spreads in the community next door, which is really worrying. Of course, it is precisely because a world community is large enough that there is no need to worry too much within 100 years. If a person does not think ahead, he will have immediate worries. The same is true for a civilization. The 1A Civilization issued this notice just to integrate its strength. In case the disaster spreads, there will be a response plan. Alice, it seems that the next civilization trade will be difficult. Tadao frowned and called several secretaries into the room to discuss this matter. A month passed quickly. As the giant ship arrived at its destination, many soldiers of the Hongang civilization stood on a high place and looked far away. They saw a small island and ships floating on the sea. This is the symbol of a wise civilization. When they thought about stepping on solid land, their tense nerves seemed to relax all of a sudden. It was just that their good discipline kept them calm and serious. But their pounding hearts could not be suppressed. On the other side, the snake people and human delegations stood on their own ships respectively. Comrade Wang Fumin, the strongest man on earth, was the first to step onto the island. Looking at the large ship coming from afar, he had a lot of thoughts in his mind. When will humans have the strength to complete a century-long ocean journey? I don't know, and I don't dare to think about it. After all, 100 years is too long for humans. After a round trip, most of their relatives will die. At least the current Lao Wang is only over 160 years old and still enjoys the joy of family. He seems unable to withstand this kind of separation of life and death. Mr. Wang, your progress in the past 100 years is really fast. Your race is really full of geniuses. A snake man Archon stuck out his slender tongue and chatted casually beside him. The snake people have been in contact with the Hongang people for a long time, and the atmosphere is indeed quite leisurely. Lao Wang's rises in their eyes. When they first met, Lao Wang was just a strong man who broke through 2 levels of human limits. In fact, he was not a strong man, he could only be said to be barely qualified. But in less than 100 years, he has already climbed to the level of a master. Anyway, in the eyes of the snake civilization, he is considered a first-class strong man. Alice, these snake people really don't know what happened on Earth and almost went extinct. How can they not become stronger if they fight every day? Lao Wang sighed, but didn't dare to tell the truth. You also know that we humans are just a very young civilization. We are just a little luckier. As for the scale of talents, we still can't compare with old civilizations like yours. Your civilization is also very helpful. The snake man governor envied and helped a lot, and made a hissing sound in his mouth. The good luck in Lao Wang's mouth was naturally the extraordinary person. How many detours can be avoided by giving back to civilization when an extraordinary person appeared out of nowhere? That person, how is he doing recently? Haha, he is a free and easy person. I don't know where he went to make friends. Wang Fumin smiled bitterly in his heart. Did he dare to say that Lao Zhang was dead? He didn't dare. He didn't even dare to reveal this news to the human group. Because people's instinctive actions will reflect some subconscious characteristics. If some diplomats or translators feel guilty during their visit, or show some psychological actions, which are seen by other civilizations, it will be a bad thing. Don't worry too much. The snake man seemed to see something and felt that Lao Wang was a little nervous. He couldn't help but explain, the Honggang people have a very generous temper. They don't care about some minor etiquette at all. As long as they prepare good wine, it's fine. Of course, if you have any special foraging technology to show, they will be very happy. The snake people naturally prepare the best wine. As a civilization with unique biotechnology, it is absolutely no problem to take out some good wine. As for humans, well, humans don't know their own wine. Whether the Honggang people like to drink it or not, they have prepared a lot of maute, lafite, vodka, etc. Anyway, just make do with it. Whichever one they like, they will supply. While chatting, the steel ship finally arrived at the port. Boom, boom, the huge anchor slowly sank to the bottom of the sea. The steam engine slowly extinguished. After the ship stopped, Tadawat walked down with a group of senior officials behind him, with a rich smile on his face. Hello, my old friends. I can smell the aroma of alcohol from a long distance. It's worth it that we spent so much time rushing here just to eat this meal. The nervous mood disappeared instantly. It can be seen that this guy is quite talkative. Wang Fumin hurriedly went up with the snake people. This island was built by humans and snake people in cooperation over 50 years. It can accommodate about 50,000 people. If it is a little crowded, 70,000 to 80,000 people will do. There are quite good submarine veins nearby, and a lot of minerals can be mined every day. Humans and snake people can also engage in some scientific research activities on the island, such as mutant rice breeding, animal breeding, soldier training, martial arts competitions, cultural exchanges, etc., which can all be carried out here. Because the benefits are too great and involve foreign civilizations, humans are basically advancing with global power. Even during the most difficult period of the world hunter invasion, humans were still bragging and building hard. After going through that difficult and hard time, the fruits of their labor finally came, and the relationship with the snake people gradually improved. Who wouldn't want a kind neighbor with excellent infrastructure capabilities and who could share risks? Well, peace-oriented, peace-loving. After Tadao set foot on this land, he praised this 2.3 square kilometers of island, estimating the amount of work in his mind. That was 2.3 square kilometers of the Demon Sea, which was really not small. He also mentioned the matter of His Excellency the Extraordinary in a vague way, claiming that His Excellency the Extraordinary and my brother are friends of life and death. Wang Fumin had to bite the bullet and could only suppress the fanatical curiosity of these guys on the pretext that His Excellency the Extraordinary is still floating outside, and we don't know where he has gone. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 318. It's better to call that person back as soon as possible. Then it was time for dinner and drinking. The Honggang people were really rough in character. As long as it was alcohol, they would drink it. Whether it was mayote, vodka or whiskey, They all praised it and drank a bottle in one gulp. There was always a feeling that wild boars could not eat fine bran. As the wine flowed, they talked about what they saw and heard along the way. The atmosphere was warm and harmonious. Of course, the humans were also quietly observing this technological civilization that came from afar. These bearded men were burly and generally used heavy weapons. Their strength was definitely not fake. They were also equipped with long-range thermal weapons. In fact, the rune rifles of humans were improved after learning from the other side. However, without a competition, it was difficult to see the individual strength directly with the naked eye. What humans could see more was their wealth. These old civilizations were really rich. Even the standard equipment on ordinary soldiers was generally better than that of humans by more than one level. It seems to be armor made of carbon black steel, with exquisite craftsmanship and a large number of runes carved on the inner layer. Their clothes may be the silk spun by some supernatural creature, which has a self-purification effect, is not easy to get dirty, and has a certain protective effect. The soft armor is tanned from some monster skin. Various details such as materials and craftsmanship can indeed reflect the heritage of a civilization. It is difficult to swell up your face and pretend to be rich. Think about it, if humans organize an ocean-going fleet, will they put all their belongings on it just to show off? Of course it is impossible. That is a journey that will last for decades or even hundreds of years. No one can guarantee success. If the ship sinks, wouldn't it be a big loss? Therefore, the equipment of the crew of the ocean-going fleet can only use the most practical things, not the most luxurious. Therefore, the armor on the soldiers of the Hongang civilization is indeed their more sophisticated type, but in the human world, it is top-level equipment. If they want to equip it on a large scale, they are indeed unable to do so. From this perspective, the snake people are right. The Hongang people are indeed a very powerful civilization, the think tank on the ship discussed privately through the frontline reports. Our wealth accumulation is far from enough, there is no need to belittle ourselves. We humans have only been rich for 100 years. In the middle, we experienced a world hunter crisis, which consumed a lot of wealth. It is normal to be poor. As for the accumulation of wealth, there are many ways. The fastest one is naturally trade. Trade, especially the sale of unique technology, is a win-win choice. In addition, mining from the Demon Sea and cultivating mutant creatures are also one of the important ways to accumulate wealth. The Earth is too barren, and humans have to launch a mercenary system and use civilian forces to mine precious minerals outside. But no matter what, 100 years of accumulation is still too little compared to these old civilizations with a solid foundation. At this moment, Lao Wang, who was toasting, was terrified and sweating. Because he heard a very important message. A disaster has spread to the world community next to us. Tatter, who was drunk and had a red face, sighed. Your civilization. It's better to call that person back as soon as possible. Although this matter is not urgent, it can't be delayed for too long. What if hundreds of years pass and he encounters an overwhelming disaster on the road? Even a supernatural being can't handle it alone. Anyway, let him come back and recuperate until the disaster is over. It won't be too late to go out again. Lao Wang nodded repeatedly, feeling his heart twitching. Lao Zhang might be dead. Can you tell me what the disaster next door is? Before Lao Wang could speak, a snake leader took the lead to ask. Who knows? We don't know how fast the disaster will spread, and whether the world and the neighboring community can withstand it. Tatter took a bite of the barbecue. Anyway, the world community next door probably doesn't have a peak civilization. It seems that even the 1A civilization, which is close to peak civilization, doesn't exist. There are too many disasters in the Sea of Demons. A small world community can be destroyed without anyone knowing, unless there is a peak civilization willing to take the lead. But now that peak civilization obviously has no intention of coming out, we can only rely on ourselves. The most important thing is to strengthen our world and strengthen our strength. Why doesn't the peak civilization show up? That is a civilization that can hunt demons. Even the 1A civilization can't do it. What's the point of them hiding themselves? The Snakeman Archon sighed. Why, Tato sighed, the giants in the deep sea are facing each other. Keep silent. Whoever strikes first will suffer. Peak civilizations also have their own concerns. Only a small fish and shrimps are happily hunting and communicating in the shallows. It is precisely because they keep a clamp on each other that they create opportunities for us. So after this trade is completed, we Hongang people also plan to stay in our own world and rarely come out. Let's keep silent for a while and wait for news. Wang Fumin was sweating profusely after hearing this. What kind of spreading disaster is this? It is completely beyond human ability. In fact, it was the first time he heard of such a thing. Of course, Tadao had no intention of concealing it. From the few words on the wine table, he still pieced together a lot of information. The terrible disasters in the Demon Sea are really damn numerous, and the first one is naturally the demon disaster. Why is this sea called the Demon Sea? Because the horror of the demon has been reflected in the thinking of intelligent creatures and has been passed down from generation to generation. You know, at the beginning, humans still called this sea the mysterious zone. It was not until a series of events happened that it was renamed the Demon Sea. This name was proposed by humans themselves, not imported from outside. All civilizations unanimously called it the Demon Sea, so the demon disaster naturally ranked first, which was so terrifying that several world rings might be destroyed. We can only pray that the disaster next door is not the demon disaster. As long as it is not the demon disaster, we can still think of a way to overcome it. What if it is? Then everyone will flee when disaster strikes. Tadao wiped the sweat from his forehead. The snake people around also looked ugly. The strongest trump card of the world was to consume the source of the world and move the entire world in space. But how much source of the world should be consumed to leave the influence of the demon? The answer to this question, no one knows. It could be 10,000, or it could be 100,000. Except for the demon disaster ranked first, there's basically no second place, and there are several levels below. The remaining disasters are almost the same in terms of harm, but they are not something that a single civilization can easily solve. For example, the world hunter disaster. Under normal circumstances, the reproduction capacity of world hunters in the Sea of Demons is not high, and they may even die in large numbers. But suddenly, a mutation occurred, causing the sea to be densely packed with world hunters, and a large number of worlds were invaded devastatingly. The evil soul disaster is that some powerful creatures that have died, the extraordinary remains have undergone mutations, and began to hunt life on a large scale. In the end, like a snowball, the disaster rolled bigger and bigger. There are also space-tearing disaster, Netherland disaster, insecticide disaster, intelligent machinery disaster and so on, all kinds of strange terms, which made Lao Wang's scalp numb. He always felt that human civilization was as small as a humble paramecium. Finally, he sighed in his heart, no wonder even the peak civilization dare not show its head. The more ignorant, the happier it is. Whether there is a peak civilization in the Sea of Demons is an unknown. But this world community should not exist, because Mr. Zhang Ming, who is suspected to be a peak civilization, is playing hide and seek with a demon with his friends. He was about to run out of energy. No way. With a partner who could provide unlimited emotional value, Zhang Ming always felt that his life was a little more comfortable. Of course, he had to pretend. He pretended to be about to die. Once, I had a big wish. I wanted to raise a giant panda. Can I realize this wish before I die? At this moment, the two were hiding in the small memory library, performing a soul removal operation. Facing the memory monster created by the demon god, Dusk, the soul would be polluted as long as it was touched lightly. The entire part must be cut off by means of soul splitting to isolate the continuous extension of pollution. Hulu thought for a long time and pretended to be shocked. Look, there is a giant panda over there. While Zhang Ming was stunned, he raised his knife and cut off the polluted arm directly. The pain made Lao Zhang grimaced and his whole body twitched, but he had to grit his teeth and activate the soul repair ability in soul splitting. His blackened arm quickly dissipated. Where are the giant pandas? Zhang Ming eased the pain and joked when he saw that Ms. Hulu was about to cry. Okay, I'll show you the giant panda now. Next to Hulu, a giant panda that was eating bamboo really appeared. Crunch, crunch, it looked very happy eating. Zhang Ming couldn't help but touch the giant panda a few times, a smile on his face. The black and white fur felt a bit like dog fur. This was because he had no memory of touching the fur of a giant panda, so he could only use dog hair instead. The image of the giant panda was something he saw on TV, and it was just a reproduction of his memory. What I want to see is not this. Then, what do you want to see? There are two more words at the end. Made. Then Lao Zhang tilted his head and struggled shamelessly. I'm dying. Chapter 319 found a new world. Hulu's eyes were red and he wanted to cry. After hearing Zhang Ming's improper request, he immediately squatted beside Zhang Ming, holding his face with both hands, staring at him with a pair of bright eyes, and then began to count. 1, 2, 3, 4. What are you counting? I'm counting when you die. Lao Zhang used the ability of soul splitting and deliberately split into two halves. I'm really going to die. Hulu was frightened and hurriedly said, don't die, I will fulfill your wish of having a panda maid now. Look, this panda happens to be a female, let it be your maid. Now, you can hold it to sleep. Lao Zhang looked at the giant panda eating bamboo and really hugged him, so he could only dodge sideways. What kind of female maid is this? I'm really convinced. Don't worry too much about that. Believe that Bai Zhen, Shimama and the others will find a suitable world for us to recuperate. It's been so many days, they can't have done nothing. Maintaining the image of a giant panda requires the consumption of Ms. Hulu's spiritual power. Soon, she waved her hand, and the cute panda disappeared in front of her. Zhang Ming said again, in this situation, the power of dusk is constantly transmitted, and the dream is full of monsters. I can only rely on their power. Don't worry, they are my companions who have been with me for so many years. They will definitely do something. Ms. Hulu said a little frustrated. What if they don't find a world? Then only I will die, and you can escape. I will give you that moon wife, and you just need to help me get revenge. Your wife doesn't mean much to me, because I have my own rules, and I probably won't use the things on it. Anyway, you will definitely have a way to become stronger, right? Oh, by the way, before I die, I have a big wish that you need to fulfill. What wish do you want me to fulfill? Gyula was so anxious that his old problems started to come back, and he even called out you. I want to see that. That's not the panda maid. Cough cough. Lao Zhang's eyes were erratic, and he coughed twice heavily. His face was ashen, pretending to be about to die. As long as he consumed a little lifespan, he could grow out the lost soul. 130,000 lifespans can support him to play this hide-and-seek game until the end of time. Of course, the mental energy consumed in this process is quite a lot, so it's not completely pretending. I really can't imagine anything you haven't seen. Zhang Ming's face was ashen, pretending that he might die at any time. I'm really going to die? Before I die, I want to see. Ms. Hulu was 90% sure that Zhang Ming was pretending to be pitiful, but even if there was a 10% chance of dying, she didn't want to gamble, so she could only be angry and amused. Okay, I understand. You want me to play a vampire, a cat girl, a succubus or something else? But you have to know that they are two-dimensional paper figures, and it may be very strange to be created in dreams for no reason. I will talk to you in the tone of a vampire now. Stupid human. Zhang Ming returned to his seriousness and laughed. The scale of judgment. I just want to see the scale of judgment. In fact, I have been concerned about this issue for a long time. Don't you have half of the shares? Why don't you take it out and use it? Of course, if it is your privacy, you don't have to answer. Ms. Hulu breathed a sigh of relief, thought for a long time, and explained in her usual polite tone, it can't be taken out, because the scale is in another realm, and the volume is too large. Even if you just take out a phantom, it will crush your spiritual world. In addition, making a wish through the scale of judgment requires a very high price. Pure life and soul are just a drop in the bucket compared to this price. We don't have the resources to use it at all. Then how to use long-cherished wish? Zhang Ming asked curiously. On the one hand, long-cherished wish is powerful enough to realize many wishes by itself. On the other hand, using the power of the scale of judgment is mostly a loss. Hulu explained, just like the hunting of the demon god, Wanayan, in the Shanhai realm, Suidan definitely lost a huge amount of capital at the beginning, and lost an astronomical figure, but because the 6 blinds it created finally killed Wanayan, and changed the history of the Shanhai realm, it recovered its costs and achieved huge profits. Therefore, Suidan does not do small business, and it simply ignores ordinary wishes. It only does big business that can change the ecology of a realm. I don't have this ability. I will lose money first and then make it back. Zhang Ming was stunned for a moment and understood what Hulu meant. The price of using the judgment scale is actually time and space tidal energy. What soul, lifespan, it's all bullshit. Suidan is awesome because it has a lot of capital. After discovering a super large project, it will advance the money at the beginning. In the end, it can recover this time and space tidal energy by changing history. The stupid Gord demon naturally has no money to make venture capital. Even if she has the strength, her IQ will make her lose so much that even the Blood Mother won't recognize her. How can the gap between demons be so big? If I let the judgment scale help me get out of trouble, how much money will it cost? It's very difficult. It's easy to add icing on the cake, but it's hard to help someone in need. Go with the flow and you will get twice the result with half the effort. Go against the flow and you will get half the result with twice the effort, even if I can summon the judgment scale. According to your current understanding of the unit conversion, it may take about 1,220,000 sources. The number of 1.22 million is too exaggerated, and Zhang Ming was stunned. He has been struggling for so many years, and there are only less than 1,000 sources, which is 3 orders of magnitude different. So expensive, the guard patiently explained. On the one hand, in the current environment, we are absolutely at a disadvantage. Forcibly reversing fate will only get half the result with twice the effort. On the other hand, the judgment scale is in another world, and its power transmission will bear huge consumption. Out of 10,000 parts of power, only 1 part can be transmitted. Just like fishing, the longer the fishing line, the more difficult it is to transmit power. Look at it this way, long-cherished wish also bears a huge price. Zhang Ming quickly thought of something and thought about it. Yes, so it needs to establish an anchor in this world to transmit power more conveniently. Of course, this is only incidental, and the main reason is my fault. I'm sorry, I dragged you down. Ms. Hulu was still a little unhappy when she thought of this. In addition, they have no emotions and are absolutely rational. They will not be depressed or sad. Even if they fail, they will just lurk and wait for the next opportunity. Gambling with them is the least rewarding. No. What I like to do most is to abuse the computer. After all, I am a pure and kind person. Abusing the computer will not hurt others. I'm going to die soon. Little Gord was angry and amused. She had never seen such a shameless person. He always said, I'm going to die, I'm really going to die, I'm really going to die, she said in a weird tone. Okay, stupid human, I will reluctantly team up with you to abuse the computer. However, human, you have to pay attention to your mental state. Even if you have the ability to repair your soul, you have to rest well and don't force yourself. I have to go out and see if there are any monsters coming. If you really die suddenly, I will be at a loss and may be caught, tortured and humiliated by the evil computer. Lao Zhang closed his eyes and imitated the weird words. Okay, actually I want to know, torture and humiliation, what's going on? I'm going to die soon, and this is my only last wish. I have to go out and take a look. You should rest quickly. Ms. Gord couldn't play anymore and fled out of the memory library. The gray spiritual world was like a wasteland world destroyed by a nuclear bomb. A large number of black monsters like mud were slowly crawling around, searching for traces of the two of them. She exuded a faint white light, picked up the notebook on the ground, and kept it close to her body as if it were a treasure. Then, she jumped like a breeze, bypassing these strange creatures. From a certain angle, she was indeed very good at defense. If it was just long-cherished wish, there was really nothing she could do. Suddenly, Hulu paused, feeling that Zhang Ming's spiritual world had undergone subtle changes. The overwhelming dark clouds disappeared at some point, replaced by a clear and bright sunshine. A strong sense of security surged into my heart, as if I had returned to the harbor of my soul. Hulu, has the world outside changed? I noticed the change. Zhang Ming's excited voice came to my ears. Yes, the sun has appeared. Zhang Ming immediately knew that this was Shimima and the others who had found a world that isolated the continuous invasion of the demon power. We are saved. Without the infiltration of the demon power, we just need to clear out the monsters here and use the memory library to restore the spiritual world, and I will be able to recover completely. Aren't you going to die soon? And you are yelling so loudly? She looked at the bright sunshine, and tears welled up again unconsciously. The world is big, cruel, and beautiful, full of surprises at any time. This is the second touching moment for Ms. Hulu after she came to this realm. Well, it is still a little worse than the first touching moment. Hulu found that she was trapped in a strange emotion, spreading in her heart like a wave, silently, quiet and turbulent, but looking forward to the arrival of spring flowers. The time looking forward to the future may be lonely and long, and I hope that after hard work, it will be sunny. Ms. Hulu greedily enjoyed this moment, as if she wanted to engrave this breath called hope in her mind. She felt more and more that it was good to travel to this world and encountered very interesting things. Although the first 10 years of being untrusted were not pleasant, but now every day of my life is pleasant, including playing the role of a vampire. Zhang Ming also squeezed out of the memory library, laughed, and imitated the tone of the gourd. Okay, stupid gourd, now I'm about to die, what is your wish? I will fulfill any of your wishes. Okay, stupid human, I reluctantly make a request, take me to kill monsters quickly. Chapter 320 Yellow Sand World. What kind of shitty world is this? There's a huge sandstorm as soon as we enter. The flying yellow sand whistled with a woohoo sound, and the flying gravel hit the side of the ship, making a rustling sound. A gust of wind passed by, blowing the crops on the ship all over the place. The friends on the ship hurriedly moved the plants into the house. But at least it's a normal world. Just stay here for a while. Don't be disgusted, Zhang Mama, Hu Mama, She Mama cursed. It had never seen such a bad world. The land and water nurture the creatures. This world, let's call it Yellow Sand World. In addition to the sea, there is only an extremely huge desert, which may be tens of millions of square kilometers. The desert is endless, with undulating sand dunes everywhere. The golden sand danced with a strong wind, forming strips of color ripples of varying depths on the ground, winding and undulating, majestic and magnificent. The steamship circled the desert for several days, but didn't find any plants. There are quite a lot of fish in the sea, which constitute the main ecosystem of this world. Is this the world? It's a little barren, but it makes me feel very beautiful. Old man Baiza carefully observed everything around him. Even an ancient life like him felt a comfortable and warm feeling after entering the world. Even though the environment of this world looks very harsh and there is nothing but sand at first glance, it still experienced a warm feeling of returning to its hometown. Its hometown is in a small place called Dongbin. It is recorded in the legend that Huangdi once visited Dongbin and the marsh beast appeared. Of course, this is just a legend formed after information mapping, and it cannot be true. Deep in the earth, there seems to be some life activities. It seems that there is some groundwater. As for whether there are intelligent creatures, that is another unsolved mystery. Baiza was surprised at the existence of the world, and the most important thing was the rules. The rules in the world are slightly different from the rules of the Demon Sea. This is really a paradise for life. The fish in the sea are densely packed, like a whirlpool, and the number of some fish schools is even as many as hundreds of millions. As for the animals on land, according to its perception, snakes and reptiles are the majority, and there are also some rat-like individuals that move underground. Baiza also witnessed the sheltering ability of the world. In the Sea of Demons, monsters would invade every 10 days or half a month, but in this world, it seemed to be always calm, and no monsters climbed up. Maybe in this world, the friends on the ship are the strongest. What about hunters in this world? Xiao Bai, who was driving the ship, asked. In a glass bottle, there was a worm-like life form that twisted wildly. Kill it. If it runs out, it may destroy the whole world. We can't do such a wicked thing. The flame in Baiza's eyes jumped, and suddenly the long mushroom-like creature in the glass dish burned fiercely, screaming wow and turning into ashes. Only some small spores survived the green fire. This was the seed that Baiza deliberately left. In order to select this guy, they spent a lot of effort. Because there are thousands of types of mushrooms on that island, some are responsible for fighting, some are responsible for parasitism, and some are responsible for rapid reproduction. Just like human cells, they have a variety of functions. It is extremely difficult to pick out the right one. In the end, Xiao Bei came in handy. Teacher Xiao Bei, who graduated with a doctorate, used scientific methods, various test tubes, crucibles, and potions to select this type of mushroom that is specifically responsible for finding the world from a large number of samples. Through its peristalsis law, the location of the world can be discovered. This is also a typical example of knowledge defeating brute force. At that time, the old sheep had deeply lamented that he could not keep up with the times, and he also developed a strong interest in scientific thinking. Seeing Baiza's loss, Lord Shinma naturally smiled and thought that his grandson had a promising future. Although this future was not the same as his expected becoming a basalt, how could he suddenly become a scientist? The route of the scientist completely exceeded Lord Shinma's psychological expectations. Xiao Bei jumped out of the cab and carefully put the spores into a glass bottle. It was not averse to these dangerous materials. World hunters that can find and capture worlds are really precious. When Xiao Bei was fiddling with these things, he thought of Lao Zhang and the wronged guard. If Zhang Ming were alive, he would definitely like them. Zhang Ming just likes the feeling of picking up garbage. If Ms. Gord is a good person, then it is really wronged. Alice, polite Miss Gord, Zhang Ming left it enough bottles and jars. A glass bottle made of irregular materials is the best container to trap such spores. Xiao Bei completed all the cleaning work meticulously and breathed a sigh of relief. Then it found the little gourd again and let Ms. Gord's corpse hang on the mast to bask in the sun. Thinking about the exploration plan of the new world in his heart. Even if Zhang Ming is not leading the team, I, Xiao Bei, will continue to practice turtle life. The tradition of picking up garbage must continue. Gah. Gah. It was not until the evening that the big sister pelican, who had been scouting in the air for several days, flew back. The pelican's hunting ability is actually quite good, and it basically has no worries about food. For it, the biggest difficulty has always been the problem of water sources. It can't drink seawater. When it was wandering in the Demon Sea, the problem of water shortage troubled it countless times. Every time it had to endure it until it rained in the sky to slightly alleviate it. But with this ship, the problem of water shortage is completely solved. As long as it rains, the water tank on the ship can store several tons of water. Even if it doesn't rain, the solar distiller can condense some fresh water regularly. This is the benefit of being a captain. The pelican gulped a bucket of water, and then got a few times with satisfaction. It means that it has found an oasis in a dry river, and the boat can go up along the riverbed to the oasis. But there may be considerable risks in the oasis, so it did not approach rashly. What are we waiting for? Let's go. What kind of crisis can there be in a mere world? Shimama shouted excitedly. The ship, which was carefully transformed by Honggang people, is naturally not just for sailing. It has 8 wheels at the bottom of the ship. After installing tires, it becomes a car that can drive on land. Although the friends are not as agile as Zhang Ming, they can still do these rough jobs. Dr. Xiaobei once again exerted the power of knowledge and tools. He first lifted the boat with a jack, cleaned the marine life attached to the bottom of the boat, applied a coating of paint, and then installed rubber tires. Soon, the big ship ran on the riverbed. The dry and cracked dirt road was crushed by the tires, and the dust was flying. The Gobi Desert was quiet and suffocating. Occasionally, a whirlwind rolled up a column of yellow sand and slowly rose into the air, and there was an inexplicable quiet momentum. The mood of many crew members was wonderful. This is a real world. Even the big sister pelican was looking forward to this adventure. She flew to the mast and looked into the distance. Then she found that the gourd hanging on the mast to bask in the sun seemed to move twice. The big sister pelican's bird face showed a proud look. The crew of the previous captain, Zhang Ming, kept dying, but this captain saved a crew member. I just don't know what the character of this gourd crew member is like. When the gourd comes back to life, give her a bird's power. The captain of the pelican shouted proudly again, "Ga ga ga, let's go. Go full speed and wait for them to revive, near the Earth world." The three-party transaction between humans, snake people, and Honggang people is in full swing on that small island. Various trade negotiations are really exhausting, but also full of a sense of accomplishment. For Wang Fumin himself, the current work is busy but fulfilling. As the highest person in charge of foreign trade this time, he only needs to talk about a general direction, and the remaining details will be completed by a large number of technical bureaucrats under his command. But even so, the workload still exceeded the original psychological expectations. Various documents piled up like mountains. Lao Wang felt like a machine, working 24 hours a day. The main reason is that the unique technology used by Honggang civilization is indeed urgently needed by mankind. As long as these technologies are obtained, forging can get a leap forward. To give a simple example, in the chip manufacturing industry, the functions, complexity and difficulty of 7-micron process chips and 7-nanometer chips are naturally incomparable. Honggang people are a civilization that is extremely good at controlling flames. This flame is like a laser, and can even turn around in a confined space for internal forging. The flame that can turn is really amazing. It is a very common manufacturing process to enhance the properties of materials through runes. There are many composite materials that have to be combined layer by layer like a 1,000-layer cake to exert the power of 1 + 1, 2. For this kind of material, runes are written on each layer and then combined. But there are also some materials that cannot be welded or combined, such as bones, stones, wood, and scales. They cannot be combined like a 1,000-layer cake. They must be a whole. To give a simple example, the world's most advanced aircraft engines are dug out from a large piece of metal ingot. In this case, precise, turning flames play a powerful role. Experts are enthusiastically judging the value of these new machines. Chapter 321 Unique Technology with the Highest Value. This technology is amazing. There is a reason why they are so well equipped. According to the Honggang people themselves, this forging machine has withstood the test of time and is durable. The core component is a flame based on the transformation of the world's will. As long as it is properly maintained, it will not disappear within 100 years. They can also provide drawings for some conventional spare parts and let us make them ourselves. How reliable do you think this statement is? For the time being, I can't tell. In addition, their research on material properties is also quite good. But the price for knowledge in this area is very high. Do you think this price is worth it? The most authoritative scientist with the ability to identify shook his head. He had no way to identify such complex knowledge. Lao Wang listened to their discussion and had a little idea. Fortunately, the ultra-low temperature etching on the human side has been developed, so he has a little confidence in the transaction. The snowflakes produced by the Gaia consciousness of the Earth are beautiful hexagons. Each snowflake can be divided into 6 petals, and each petal has 42 ice crystal points. It is equivalent to a snowflake that can be divided into 252 ice crystal points. They are as hard as diamonds. These snowflake ice crystal points can stimulate ultra-low temperatures close to absolute zero and perform ultra-low temperature etching on materials. Combined with the chip manufacturing process of humans in the past, the ice crystal points can perform micron-level etching at the microscopic level, which is actually quite remarkable. More importantly, the snowflakes can keep the surrounding environment at a constant low temperature and have the ability to absorb heat instantly. Conventional heat dissipation methods cool from the outside to the inside. For example, if a piece of red-hot steel is placed in water, the water vapor will evaporate in large quantities and take away the heat. Most civilizations can only dissipate heat in this way. But through the cooling of snowflakes, it is from the inside to the outside, instantly cooling, to do what other civilizations cannot do. This is the real unique technology. Relying on this technology, perfect materials can be manufactured, such as laser lenses, perfect reflective lenses, etc. Any item that is stained with the word perfect will naturally be expensive. What's more, the number of snowflakes is limited, and only one is produced in about 10 years. After long-term use, especially after absorbing a lot of heat, it will still wear and consume. Anyway, it must not be sold at a low price. Thinking of this, Lao Wang heaved a sigh of relief and said to these experts, even if the deal fails, there is still friendship. There is no need to rush to negotiate anything in a short time. The Honggang people will stay here for several years. You continue to discuss. I will go to find out more information. Wang Fuman opened the door of the room. The lively ding-ding-dong-dong sound came towards him. The guests from afar were resting on the island. For these bearded people, the best entertainment is forging. So they are holding a hand-forging competition. The other side of the island has become a large trade market for displaying goods. In order to increase stability, most of the machines are quite large and full of materials, with a Soviet-style violent aesthetics. This is actually an alternative sincerity. The thicker the things, the more durable they are, and they will not break down after a few years. Mr. Wang, how about going to the snake people for a drink? The admiral of the Honggang civilization, Tado, has been eating and drinking well these days, and his mood is simply full. No problem, Lao Wang agreed readily. Recently, the two have established a good personal relationship. Tado soon complained, hey, the snake civilization has been around for so many years, but it still hasn't established a qualified industrial system. It's conceivable that without external impetus, they can only do this. What do you think is the reason? Tado analyzed. The reason is that the system is not good, the class is solidified, and the flow of talents is not smooth. On the other hand, supernatural forces have overwhelmed the scientific and technological system, resulting in their lack of subjective initiative to develop cutting-edge industries. Of course, I am also guessing. After all, I have not been to the snake world to investigate, so you can just listen casually. Wang Fuman smiled bitterly, thinking that he would hear some amazing results, but he didn't expect the other party to say the system is not good. Well, this is indeed a universal reason. Tado asked again, do you have the intention to participate in the elite arena that will be held next? The so-called elite arena is naturally a contest between young people, only young people under 30 years old, which is a more common way of communication between civilizations. Young people under 30 years old basically have not broken through the limits of human beings, so they are just playing around and having fun. Don't worry about anything. There's no need to send the best geniuses. Just about the best ones will do. Just like the ones we sent, they are young people who grew up in the Demon Sea. Alice, they were born at sea and haven't even seen their hometown. Old Wen could only nod and agree. He suddenly asked, are babies born in the Demon Sea smarter? Ha ha ha, there is indeed such a saying, and it is true. The Wanhei civilization has done such a survey, Tadao stroked his beard and said, but the talent base will not change qualitatively. For example, there would be 500 geniuses among 100 million people. If all of them were born in the Demon Sea, there might be 3 or 5 more geniuses, but if you have the energy to do these, it's better to give more resources to civilians. Maybe more powerful people can be born. After all, there are too many wasted geniuses, Wang Fumin sighed lightly. This is true. It seems that every civilization will encounter these problems. In the huge exhibition hall, there are flowers, plants, animals, production machines, cold weapons, hot weapons, everything. From time to time, you can see the scientific research teams of the 3 civilizations judging something with relish. However, judging the value is indeed a technical job. Wang Po is selling melons, boasting about her own products, and all kinds of quarrels are inevitable. The Wanhei civilization has actually discussed the value system of unique technologies, and we agree with it. Tadao took a bottle of juice and drank it while walking. You know, the Wanhei civilization is the strongest civilization in this community, leaving aside the peak civilization that may be hiding itself, Lao Wang said, looking at it this way. The Wanhei civilization has made a great contribution. Indeed, it is better to exchange what you have than to have no communication at all. The Wanhei civilization is quite active. They have communicated with many civilizations and organized a loose alliance organization called the Wanhei Alliance. They usually communicate some information with each other. We Honggang people are also members of the Wanhei Alliance. As for unique technologies, there are also high and low values. I would like to hear more about it. The first in value is called anti-entropy technology, which sounds very mysterious. But as soon as Tadao explained it, Lao Wang immediately understood it. For example, a knife will rust, which is a normal natural phenomenon. But after using anti-entropy technology, this knife will not rust easily. A person will age, and birth, aging, illness and death are the cycles of nature. But after using anti-entropy technology, aging will be greatly delayed, and one can even live in the world for a long time and never age. What's more terrifying is that anti-entropy technology can repair soul damage. You know, the most troublesome thing for becoming a supernatural being is being polluted by the blood of a divine beast, causing insanity and turning into a muddle-headed madman. With anti-entropy technology, the risk of soul pollution will be reduced to a minimum. Lao Wang was stunned. There is such a powerful and unique technology in the world, a unique technology that can cultivate supernatural beings with low risk. It is not excessive to rank first in value. But unfortunately, anti-entropy technology is too powerful. The world that can give birth to the anti-entropy phenomenon is extremely rare, and once it appears, it is easy to be envied by heaven. What is God's jealousy? Tadao sighed. The living environment in this kind of world is extremely harsh. Either volcanoes erupt or there are years of drought. The whole world is a desert, or it is extremely cold, colder than the North and South Poles. Maybe even civilization has not been born. Think about it, in a world where even intelligent creatures do not exist, even if the corresponding world will appears, what is the point of any anti-entropy phenomenon? After a long time, it will be destroyed by world hunters, and no one will know that such a world has ever existed. In addition, even if a native civilization appears, it basically cannot develop and will die halfway for various reasons, Lao Wang said with interest. Why should it be very powerful? The anti-entropy phenomenon is really too rare, and my civilization has never witnessed such a world. But according to sociological analysis, think about it, any civilization develops from weak to strong. If a civilization, in the primitive stage, does not even have technology, some individuals in it are immortal. Do you think the civilization will progress? Wang Fumin suddenly realized, so that's how it is. These immortals are like cancer cells. They don't die, and civilization doesn't develop. Tadao nodded and smiled. Besides, although anti-entropy technology is good, there are always some side effects. For example, memory. The amount of memory that a brain can carry is always limited. You can't increase memory indefinitely, right? For example, the number of users. No matter how precious the opportunity for immortality is, it can't be popularized to everyone, right? So, who will be immortal and who will die? If you have a chance, do you want to be immortal? These are some of the reasons why we think that this civilization cannot develop. Anyway, the Wanhei civilization has never come into contact with a civilization that possesses anti-entropy technology. This is a legend, just like the peak civilization. Tadao talked freely. This knowledge is equivalent to common sense in the Wanhei Alliance. Most civilizations know it, so it doesn't matter if it is revealed. It can be regarded as doing a favor. But for Wang Fumin, he was really scared and broke out in a cold sweat. He always felt that it was terrifying to think about this matter carefully. The development of civilization is too difficult. Chapter 322, Borrowing Your Extraordinary Person. In addition to the illusory anti-entropy technology, the second most valuable technology is space technology. Because space technology is a necessary technical reserve for manufacturing advanced means of transportation. For a civilization like ours, it may take 100 years to trade back and forth, which is too long. Tato aside, our ships must be built big enough, strong enough, and carry enough people to resist the symptoms of lost people. And the goods of a trade must be enough to make a profit, otherwise, who would be willing to spend 100 years on a trade? But if you master space technology, it won't be that difficult. The 1A civilization has mastered a space technology called cave in the pot, and each cave in the pot can carry tens of thousands of people, and through advanced means of transportation, the speed of navigation is hundreds or thousands of times faster. They are civilization traveling in the Sea of Demons. Lao Wang was fascinated by it and deeply felt the value of space technology. To be honest, if you rely solely on physics to develop space technology, it can be said to be a fantasy. Human beings currently only have the general theory of relativity to understand space. Even if there are another 100 geniuses like Einstein who come up with more novel theories, they are still a long way from making space. But it is not impossible to develop unique space technology with the help of supernatural power. There are several natural space-type wonders on Earth, and there are monsters like treasure chest monsters on the snake people's side, but these are not systematic and cannot develop space technology that can accommodate tens of thousands of people. Don't underestimate yourself. The reason why 1A civilization is recognized as a strong one by us is because their unique technology is really amazing. There is only one 1A civilization in our community that has mastered space technology, in addition to the top two technologies in terms of value, which are recognized. The value of the following unique technologies naturally has different opinions. For example, long-distance communication. Half of the civilizations can no longer communicate with a base camp if they run far away, including humans. So far, humans have no way to actively communicate remotely through the world will. The other half of the civilizations can only use the power of the world will to consume the source of the world to communicate. The farther the distance, the greater the cost. The source of the world is generated very slowly, but consumed very quickly. Even the 1A civilization clearly marked the price. 3,000 units of the source of the world can buy a cave in the pot. There are more than 7,000 sources of the world on the earth. I can afford to. However, there are very few civilizations willing to buy the cave in the pot. Because the source of the world is used to save lives, if there is really an irresistible disaster that causes the destruction of the entire world community, it is the ultimate trump card of a civilization to let the world consume a large amount of the source of the world to move in space. In this case, the super-distance communication technology that does not consume the source of the world is naturally very valuable. The so-called open source and save expenditure, day by day, every bit you can save is a bit. Super-distance communication, good stuff, Lao Wang sighed. Other unique technologies can also be divided into advanced manufacturing processes, such as the technical background of humans and Honggang people, which is one of the major categories. There are various subcategories in the major categories, such as weapon forging and armor forging. Of course, the most valuable one is advanced means of transportation. As long as they can master advanced means of transportation, they can be considered a powerful civilization, and the Honggang people are striving for it. Extraordinary life cultivation, that is, the mutant biological cultivation technology mastered by the snake civilization, can eventually cultivate the level of divine beasts. Ultimate weapon, a terrifying weapon that can threaten the existence of the demon god and can easily destroy a world, is called the ultimate weapon. If it is just a nuclear bomb, the world nemesis level is not enough. Eternal energy, a mysterious technology that can output energy stably, can even allow the world will to produce more world sources. Like the Earth, in the era of repression, 1 unit of world source was produced per year. In the Dark Age, only 0.6 units per year. With a substantial growth of human strength and the recovery of the ecosystem, 1.3 units of world source are currently produced per year. But if there is eternal energy, maybe 2 units of world source can be produced per year. This thing is too good, Wang Fumin thought to himself, but unfortunately, he felt his pocket and had no money, and he didn't know where to buy this thing. There is also an even stranger human telepathy. Some individuals in some civilizations have unique abilities, so they simply sell their population and play the service industry. It's not to mention that this kind of civilization usually does well. Most civilizations with some ambitions are willing to raise a group of very capable people. It doesn't cost much resources to raise a group of people, and it also disperses the risk of extinction. There are also space-time observers. This kind of civilization can observe the location of space turbulence and the specific destination. Once they find that something is wrong, they will gather the power of the whole tribe to escape through the space-time turbulence, and sell the observed intelligence at a high price. There are also nomads. This kind of civilization has mastered certain technologies and will not be troubled by lost people. Even if they are nomadic civilizations, they can survive for a long time. The strange and unique technologies opened Wang Fumin's eyes, and he felt like Granny Liu entering the Grandview Garden. It's really too novel and surprising. Fortunately, humans did not close their doors to the outside world. If a civilization develops slowly alone, how long will it take to research these? These are all known information in this community. If the civilizations that have mastered unique technologies can really unite and learn from each other, how powerful can they be, even without anti-entropy technology? Wouldn't it be easy to achieve a peak civilization? Tadao sighed. However, this is an impossible thing. Wang Fumin shook his head. Unite various civilizations? Earthlings have not yet completely become a collective. Uniting the various civilizations in the Demon Sea is really hell level, comparable to the difficulty of turning a pile of dog shit into dog. This is just the situation in a world community. There are also larger world rings and world domains. What kind of civilization is there is really unimaginable. Moreover, through this, Wang Fumin also deeply understood that humans are indeed not a powerful civilization. It can only be said that they have escaped the bottom-level predicament, have a little unique technology, and have some trading qualifications. Even the development of this unique technology is limited to the primary stage and has not been developed in depth. The essence of snowflakes has not been thoroughly studied. After saying so much, Tadao felt a little dry in the mouth. He couldn't help but laugh a few times and talked about business. In fact, I really envy you. The high value of many unique technologies is reflected in the achievement of one or two clear-headed transcendents. The one in your civilization is already a transcendent, and his character is very good. He is enough to guard mankind for thousands of years. Even if he dies, the value of his transcendent remains will not be too low. We have an important matter to discuss. Mr. Zhang, when can he visit our Honggang civilization? Lao Wang was stunned for a moment, and used his mental power to suppress his heart that wanted to beat wildly. Why did he talk about Lao Zhang again? But he didn't dare to tell the truth. Tadao explained, don't worry. We have no other intentions. After so many years of accumulation, our tribe has become quite wealthy. We want to do a big deal with the 1A civilization. This deal will consume thousands of years of accumulation. It would be best if there is a supernatural being to take charge. The one from your civilization has a very good relationship with our tribe. If he doesn't have anything important to do, he should agree, right? He stroked his brown-red beard and whispered, I won't hide it from you. No one knows whether the disaster in the neighboring world community will spread here. The major civilizations have the motivation to trade with each other. Some unique technologies that are usually difficult to discuss are now being considered for sale. If your civilization has a need, you'd better prepare it. There's no rush for this matter, but we can't do nothing. It may take about 100 years, and it must be completed before the disaster spreads. We just want to make an appointment and ask him if he has this intention. If possible, we, the Honggang people, humans, and the snake people can form a group to trade some technology. The three civilizations together will have a relatively greater voice. Tadao was not just talking nonsense, nor was it a sudden whim. This was the instruction of the high-level council. In fact, according to their vision, the unique technology of mankind has not been fully developed, but only used in a preliminary way. It is of course valuable, but it is replaceable. The Honggang people like it very much, but other civilizations may not like it. But the extraordinary person has been living with the Honggang people in the abyss for 84 years, and his character is excellent, which is another matter. Since he has come here, he must buy it back, right? However, Wang Fumin was numbed by Tadao's words. The extraordinary person of mankind, Lao Zhang, may be dead. But how can he refuse this proposal? Before the disaster comes, Communicate with a 1A civilization and let the strong lead the team. It's a very reasonable proposal. As a human diplomat, if he stands from the perspective of civilization, he can't find a reasonable reason to refuse. Once you refuse, people will inevitably doubt you. Either you don't have any professional qualities, so let's change someone to negotiate, or your extraordinary person is dead. He forced himself to calm down and smiled, not letting himself reveal his flaws. In a flash, Lao Wang thought of a reason and lowered his voice. To be honest, we are in a bit of an awkward situation right now. We can't contact him at all, let alone where he has gone. If he comes back, I will notify your civilization immediately. Chapter 323 A Strange World. Can't contact? Tadao was stunned for a moment, then understood in his heart. Yes, that extraordinary person is 500 or 600 years old. He is the first generation that has experienced countless hardships and dangers. When he left human civilization, maybe humans had not yet developed. This kind of thing happens often and is understandable. He smiled cheerfully. Mr. Wang, we can contact him. Before we parted, my eldest brother Gondar gave him a furnace communicator. Tadao stroked his beard and smiled generously. We can pay for the cost of the source of the world. As long as you agree to this, it will be a relief for me. After all, my leader has given a death order. Lao Wang felt cold in his heart, but how could he stop it? He couldn't stop such a major interest relationship. In other words, even if the human high-level collective mental illness broke out and refused to let the extraordinary person lead the team and refused greater interests, the Honggang people would contact each other privately. You can't stop others from contacting privately, right? Can private contact still trigger a war? The Honggang people would probably laugh their heads off. We have kidnapped the extraordinary people, and you stupid civilizations can have fun by yourselves. Lao Wang felt like he was falling into an ice cave. He could only delay a little bit. His mind was in turmoil, thinking about how to discuss this matter with the human leaders. It was impossible to hide it. Let the human leaders worry about it. Anyway, he couldn't bear this responsibility. Then, after we have completed all the negotiations, we will contact him and report the progress of our cooperation at that time. Tadao understood this sentence as some kind of bargaining chip. He laughed haha and quickly nodded in agreement. After all, the current trade is just a nod compared to the big deals in the future. What's wrong with giving up a little profit? Ha ha ha, this world is like a pile of dry bird shit, only the center of the shit, there's an undigested seed left. Captain Pelican drank a few sips of water and complained a few words. The weather in this yellow sand world is extremely bad. Under the scorching sun, the daytime temperature rises to nearly 50 degrees Celsius. Without air conditioning, it is impossible to survive. The temperature drops rapidly at night, dropping to 0 degrees Celsius, close to the freezing temperature. Captain Pelican always feels that this ghost place is not as comfortable as the Sea of Demons. The excitement of finding the world at the beginning also slowly disappeared. But there is no way. In order to save the crew, they must stay in the world. Captain Pelican was puzzled, and his huge mouth smacked a few times. Why did he encounter so many bad things as soon as he became the captain? It stuffed its body into an empty room and closed its eyes to rest. Its body is too big, and it needs to drink too much water. The precipitation in this ghost place is seriously insufficient. If it does not rest, the water in the water tank will soon be finished. The oasis is ahead. We can go swimming in the oasis then. She-Mama, who was stuck on the mast, howled and bumped the small gourd a few times. Ms. Gourd, please describe the scene of the hard-working travelers cheering and jumping for joy when they found the oasis. The small gourd was motionless, as if it was dead. Only the occasional golden light proved that it was still alive. As for Zhang Mama, who was locked up inside, she couldn't figure out the situation, but she was not dead anyway. The power of the foreign demon god was blocked by the world, so it should be okay, right? It's so boring, no one is talking anymore, the Blackstone, the old voice, lamented. She-Mama has been really bored these days. Old Zhang is in a coma, the gourd doesn't talk, Baiza is sleeping, and even the pelican is sleeping. The days when there are no creatures to bully are too monotonous, which makes it have nowhere to release the meanness in its heart. It secretly thought, maybe Emperor Zhang is enjoying himself in his dream? If the gourd monster has no identity stain, it is really impeccable, and the emotional value is directly maxed out. Goddamn it, drive faster. Play some music. Xiaobei looked disgusted and pressed a button, and the horn suddenly rang. Just like that, The RV converted from a ship slowly moved forward amid the noise. Until the sunset, the car finally approached the oasis. The endless desert is magnificent and majestic. The oasis exuding tiny vitality is the whole hope of this world. When the red sun sets in the west, the end of the horizon is bright red, dyeing the water of the lake blood red. The blood red is like a vitality, extending wantonly in all directions. The captain of the Pelican noticed something and squeezed out of the room. Seeing this weird scene, his keen sixth sense made him panic. Resisting the urge to escape, it summoned the crew to discuss the situation. The blood color became more and more intense, emitting a mysterious halo. The deformed and twisted trees grew in all directions by the lake, with branches and leaves tangled together like blood vessels, and bumps like human faces growing on the trunks, revealing a silent smile. "Pelican, didn't you say this was an oasis? What is this thing?" Shimama shouted happily. "Quack," the pelican scolded rudely to maintain its authority. Because it looked from the sky a few days ago, the lake was blue, but a few days later, it turned blood red. It was the passage of time that made the oasis change, and it was definitely not wrong. "Captain, you have to make a decision quickly, either continue to move forward to the oasis or retreat back to the coastline." Shimama teased the silly bird. "Are you going to retreat when you know it's difficult?" As a result, the silly bird was unmoved. After all, in the life and death crises one after another, he had developed a sixth sense that was almost instinctive. The Pelican captain decided to wait and see here for a while and could not move forward. Anyway, it was getting late and the road conditions were so bad that we couldn't drive anymore. Shimama was unmoved and could only sigh and miss the old captain. If Lao Zhang was the captain and found a blood lake, he would definitely scream and chop monsters with an axe. However, this world is really strange. It's not that it's invaded by the world hunters, but every place reveals strangeness. Some dead bones and traces of buildings can be seen on the riverbed. That is, this world once gave birth to an intelligent civilization. This civilization is not powerful. No written records were found along the way, and the marks left behind are extremely rare. Shimama naturally couldn't use the ability of time reversal. Even more, the civilization is likely to be extinct due to various factors. Some underground creatures that are occasionally found also look weird. Either with multiple eyeballs or several mouths, which don't look like normal life forms. Forget it, even if there are monsters, just kill them. Blackstone hung on the mast and began to rest. The sun finally went down, and a full moon hung in the sky. The milky white cold light reminded people of the worm of time and space. Shitao sighed that he seemed to be old and began to recall the stories that happened in the past. Only the elderly will recall the past, and the young will only imagine the future. Without Zhang Ming, Shimama, am just a stone staying in the Zuanwu altar. Just then, old man Bizer woke up from his coma, so the two old guys chatted in the moonlight about how to kill the worm of time and space. Bizer was stunned by Shimama's deception. The old guy's fear of the demon god was indeed engraved in his bones, and he couldn't help looking up at the sky. However, the moon here is normal after all, just a little bigger. Unconsciously, it was foggy. A layer of pink fog rose from the lake not far away, and even the full moon in the sky was dyed red. Bizer was about to wake up the sleeping pelicans and Xiaobai, but found that there were bursts of light noises coming from all directions, one after another, and the exclamation of Shimama came from the mast. "The flowers are in full bloom." The strange flowers bloomed quickly by the lake. They were about 1 meter long, with colorful petals blooming, with a hint of fanatical magic, attracting people's minds. Shimama suddenly felt a trace of terrifying throbbing, which came from the depths of its soul, as if it could get eternal life by jumping into the lake. Eternal life? Eternal life? Eternal life? This weird thought kept growing in its mind. Shimama resisted the temptation and found it very interesting. Could it be that the monster hidden here is deliberately seducing me? The flowers that seduce the soul bloomed more and more, and in a blink of an eye, they spread to the entire lakeside. The area of dozens of kilometers was densely covered with these crystal-clear, demon-like plants. The petals exuded a strange light, and a faint fragrance floated, making people addicted to it. At this moment, the pelican and Xiaobei began to lose control and wanted to jump into the lake very frantically. Biza moved a chain to tie up the feet of the crazy pelican, and Shimama personally suppressed the crazy Xiaobei. Then, even more bizarre things happened. Countless creatures came from all directions and jumped into the lake. The blood-red lake water did not kill them, but stimulated their ferocity. These monsters fought wildly in the lake, and the blood dyed the entire lake red. This night seemed to have passed for a long time. The captain of the Pelican went crazy and struggled with the chain. Xiaobei slowly turned into a stone. Shimama and Baizet, with lingering fear, stuck to the mast and witnessed a fight not far away. The monsters devoured each other and evolved rapidly. In just one night, they grew organs of other creatures, such as the compound eyes of insects appeared on mice, the feather wings of birds were inserted into the abdomen of insects, and the insects grew to a scale of 2 meters. Some animals actually have 2 heads, but the other head is as hideous as an insect and has the mouth parts of a mosquito. Chapter 324 How about letting the earthlings live on my turtle back? This random patchwork scene can't help but remind people of the grafting technology of plants. But animal grafting and plant grafting are 2 completely different concepts. Animals involve more complex souls. Once the soul is polluted, it will die. The strange scenes made the knowledgeable old Mr. Baiza shudder. It resisted the throbbing in the depths of its soul. Is this the world? It always feels that this ghost place is more chaotic than the sea of demons. Shimama said, this kind of weird world is the first time I have encountered it. But this is indeed the world. Oh, I remember a saying about the other shore flower. The other shore flower blooms on the other shore, and through the other shore flower, you can achieve true immortality, eternal life. Baiza said disdainfully, I see these souls piled up randomly and merged with each other. If this kind of immortality is also considered immortality, then forget it. In the torment and waiting, a long night finally passed. With the rise of the first ray of sunlight, the weird flowers withered quickly, as if they had exhausted their vitality overnight. Under the breeze, these flowers turned into ashes. Countless animals that rushed into the lake were almost killed or injured. Only a few survived. They slowly sank to the bottom of the lake and merged with the lake. The pelican captain, who had been hanging by his feet and struggling all night, also regained consciousness. Recalling his experience last night, he wailed with lingering fear, Gah, retreat. Retreat. The eyes on the bird's face almost shed tears. In fact, the pelican's sixth sense at the beginning indicated that it should escape, but the position of captain tied it up and blinded its heart. It was the first time in its life that it encountered such a dangerous situation. The last one to wake up was Xiaobei. Xiaobei also looked at the quiet lake with lingering fear. The throbbing soul and the temptation to merge with the lake lingered in its heart. That was the temptation of eternal life. But when he saw the strange animal carcasses piled up on the shore, he knew that they would most likely not end well. Maybe 1 in a million monsters could be successfully assembled and evolve at the soul level, and the rest would become dry bones in the lake. Didn't these things exist in the past? Xiaobei asked the knowledgeable Grandpa Baiza. You mean the mountain and sea realm? Baiza pondered for a while. It seems that it does exist. This inexplicable place is called the Forbidden Zone. There may be rare fruits and treasures inside, but the herbalists often never return. 6 blinds and I discussed it at the beginning. The Forbidden Zone may be the bait of the demon god, specifically luring people there to spread their anchoring, but not all forbidden zones are like this. As for the legend of the red spider lily, I have also heard of it, Shimama interrupted. This damn lake should be the will of the local world. This thing is too evil, but I have never heard of the world will madly devouring life. It won't be anchored by the demon god. It's impossible, because the 2 sides are in a hostile relationship. Have you noticed the power of the demon god? The flames in the eyes of the old sheep had jumped. It observed this mysterious lake, but it didn't observe anything. Xiaobei started to reverse, and finally turned his head around, and suddenly said, actually, I know what this is. Xiaobei, who graduated with a doctorate, felt that this strange lake might contain some great opportunity out of the innate instinct of a scientist. Long, long ago, when it was still in the abyss, it had heard the Hongang people describe the unique technologies of various civilizations. The various types, such as advanced manufacturing, ultimate weapons, and eternal energy, really opened the turtle's eyes. He wished he had the ability to teleport and immediately go to these civilizations to investigate the situation. Among them, the anti-entropy technology, which was envied by the heavens, ranked first, and was not questioned at all. No one knows what the world that can give birth to anti-entropy technology is like. Is this world in front of me ordinary? No, it is very unique and strange, with yellow sand all over the sky, as if it was envied by the heavens. And the only lake in the oasis can actually make creatures evolve rapidly. Although most of the evolutions are terrible, and those monsters die directly after a few minutes, Xiaobei sees infinite potential. Aren't most varieties of genetic engineering failures? But as long as there are few successes along this road, maybe there will be a smooth road. What? You know? Just by you, the ancestor spoke. What do you know about things that I don't know? According to the professional terminology of this era, it is called anti-entropy technology. Xiaobei explained seriously. The prototype of anti-entropy technology may be these strange phenomena, but it requires scientific and technological development and in-depth research to be perfectly utilized. What anti-technology? Stinky Stone didn't understand it all. Old Man Baize also showed a curious look. Anti-entropy technology, what's the use? Perfect fusion of blood is probably this use. Don't you see that there are several monsters who have successfully fused their blood? I think this lake, or these flowers, have the effect of cleansing the soul. What? What's the use to you? Shima was shocked. This bastard actually wanted to abandon the Xuanwu bloodline. It rolled over fiercely and hit its own bastard, knocking Xiaobei to tears and shrinking its head into the shell. What anti-entropy technology is really useless to Xiaobei. As long as it practices step by step, it can achieve extraordinary results. But for those ordinary civilizations, it is really useful. You, a dead illiterate, don't understand the value of trading at all. As for the big sister Pelican, she actually has no interest in things like Forbidden Zone, Lake, anti-entropy technology and fusion of blood. She just wants to escape from danger quickly, or even escape from this weird world. But her favorite Xiaobei is unwilling to leave easily and sings the opposite tune, which is actually quite rare. Investigate the lost civilization and learn the truth about the lake. When Zhang Ming wakes up, he is surprised to find that I have mastered anti-entropy technology. Then, Xiaobei, a little turtle, can be worshipped by the earthlings. Wait, should I let the earthlings live on my turtle back? Teacher Xiaobei's black pearl-like eyes flickered, and she howled happily for a few sentences. In her fantasy, she twisted her turtle shell happily. Ha 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 ha. She fantasized that she would imitate her ancestors, let the earthlings live on the turtle back, successfully integrate the world's will, and achieve a higher realm than Xuanwu. Of course. She really doesn't know how the earthlings compare to the Yanjiao people. Anyway, with talents like Emperor Zhang, it's impossible for the earthlings to be worse than Yanjiao, right? Stone Ancestor, who was the first to discover the happy little white, said in a strange tone, I think my grandson has gone crazy. Not only does it want to abandon the black tortoise bloodline, it is also studying completely useless things. I understand. The water in this lake is addictive. Its spiritual power is the weakest here. Old Sheephead, do you think my grandson has become addicted to the lake water overnight because of his dancing and jumping around? It's possible. Baize was quite serious. Addiction is not a trivial matter. In his sheep life experience, too many young people have lost their potential because of drug addiction. A green flame flashed, and the old sheephead said righteously, then stay away from the lake first and give it addiction treatment. If it doesn't work, lock it up. It must be freed from drug addiction once and for all. Captain Pelican, lock it up. The pelican looked unkind, picked up the happy turtle in his mouth, and threw it into the cage. Xiaobei woke up from a dream. This cage was built by Emperor Zhang Ming himself. It couldn't escape at all. It could only cry out with tears in its eyes, Arwu, you, listen to me. Time passed quickly. 3 years passed again. This small boat has been wandering on the seashore, looking for relics of civilization and observing this world. The small gourd hanging on the mast did not change much. Except for the occasional flash, there was no other performance, which made the animals wonder if the gourd lady had turned into a real plant. As for Zhang Ming, who was swallowed by the gourd, even the old sheephead was not sure whether this guy was dead or alive. The moon shook from time to time, as if to indicate that he was about to wake up. Xiaobei, who was full of potential, finally convinced the old guys of the preciousness of this world. Although they were a little uncomfortable with this so-called anti-entropy technology and had deep doubts, this kind of garbage technology was really so valuable? Impossible. In fact, even Shimama, this guy, has no idea about the so-called technology. He doesn't understand the technological root of the new era at all. What is it? He just feels that he can't keep up with the turtle grandson at all. Anyway, it's a bit embarrassing. It was also during these 3 years that the humans, snake people and Honggang people who were stagnant on the edge of the earth finally completed all the three-party transactions. In total, 3 years of negotiations were really exhausting. Of course, in addition to negotiations, a lot of academic exchanges were completed in these 3 years, such as the use and maintenance methods of various machines, some of the supernatural principles, and further cooperation intentions in the future. The three parties were quite satisfied with the results of this transaction. Although Wang Fumin's body was not drunk, he was a little drunk in his heart. It's really not easy. The number of staff involved is close to 200,000. The final result is absolutely gratifying. The technology, materials, and thinking from foreign civilizations can definitely make human civilization take a big step forward. Come, let me practice for you. I wish you can reach your hometown as soon as possible. Lao Wang stood up and toasted a glass of wine. Chapter 325 Shima answered the phone. Haha, let me tell you secretly, our return journey will be twice as fast as our return journey if we follow an ocean current. Deep Sea Admiral Tadao drank the big glass of wine generously. If humans want to visit us, they can also follow this undercurrent, which is very fast. 3 years have also allowed the soldiers of Honggang civilization to get enough rest and supplies. The time for departure has come soon. However, there is one last thing that has not been completed. Tadao couldn't help but mention it nervously. Mr. Wang, now that the transaction is successfully completed, can we contact that person? It's not that I'm anxious, but this matter is really important. The higher-ups have issued a death order, and I'm also in a difficult situation here. Old Wang's heart clicked about the matter of Zhang Ming may be dead, and he discussed it with a very small number of human high-level officials. The final conclusion is that it is also good to let Honggang civilization contact to confirm the facts. Anyway, the human side is just guessing. People can't be resurrected after death, so we can't keep it secret forever, right? Even if the secret is perfectly concealed, 100 years later, Honggang civilization has everything ready, only lacking the east wind, and enthusiastically invites Zhang Ming to lead the team. Suddenly, humans stand him up and say that Zhang Ming has died a long time ago. What will these bearded people think? They must be anxious to go to war with the damn human civilization. Moreover, where's the perfect way to conceal it? As the saying goes, if it is a blessing, it is not a disaster, but if it is a disaster, it is inevitable. Anyway, it can only be done this way. It would be best if you can complete the contact in person. After all, you are a very close friend of his. Tadao was also very excited. He was also very curious about what the guy his brother had been bragging about looked like. Even the snake man Archon next to him stuck out his long tongue, and his curiosity was like a cat's paw. I have heard that there is a superhuman who has been stranded outside, but I haven't met him yet. They are the first civilization to cooperate with humans in a friendly manner. Okay, then I will talk to him in person. But Lao Wang was stiff-headed and sat in front of the furnace communicator with forced calmness. The furnace, emitting a fiery heat source, implies light and hope. But Lao Wang's heart was cold, as if he had fallen into Antarctica. Except for himself and a few human higher-ranking officials, even the human diplomats who were traveling with him did not know that Zhang Ming might be dead. People were curiously watching from behind, and occasionally whispered. The snake people and Honggang people were also a little anxious. Wang Fumin sighed softly. There are too many helplessness in this world, and you can only bear it with gritted teeth. Sitting in front of the screen, he even had a strange sense of fear. His spirit seemed to be sucked into the void. The active brain was rarely blank for a while. He was thinking about a question. If Lao Zhang really died, was he sad because of personal feelings? Or was he just thinking from a human perspective and felt that humans had lost a great benefit? Thinking of this, Wang Fumin couldn't help but feel unfamiliar with himself. Thinking back to when he met Lu Tuiyu, he was just an ordinary truck driver and lived a very simple life. The two of them acted as online trolls, criticizing current social ills, looking at the mirage in the sky, and passing the drift bottle. Life was so simple and pure at that time. He didn't even want to hand over the drift bottle to the country. What the hell? Why should I hand over my personal belongings? Now, Lu Tuiyu has passed away. The drift bottle is gone. He has come to his current position step by step. Perhaps after being in a high position for a long time, he will always lose some simple humanity. Even if his friend may be dead, his emotions have ups and downs, but more of it is just a pity for the entire human civilization. His brain nerves, like steel bars, are slowly decayed by this world. Wang Fumin smiled bitterly. It's disgusting, Lao Wang. Your friend is dead, and you don't even shed a tear. What are you afraid of? Afraid of losing your current position? Afraid of a bad career? Afraid of the extinction of mankind? Will mankind perish? What are you worried about? He suddenly felt a little disgusted with the current state of losing humanity, and thought to himself, this diplomatic mission is completed, and mankind will not perish. I'd better retire and return home to live an ordinary life. He could even imagine how serious the rift between the various forces on Earth was. This transaction is a huge cake, so how should this cake be distributed? If you eat a bite, others will have one less bite. There is still competition in this world. It is easy to shake the soul, but it is difficult to shake the interests. You can know how serious the internal rift is by just thinking with your toes. Thinking of this, Wang Fumin couldn't help but feel sad. It's not that he is against competition, but he still feels disgusted when he sees many shady dealings that exceed the limit, but he can't change it. Perhaps, as Qin Yue said, he is really not a talent for politics. On the side, Tadao also dialed the furnace communicator nervously. Rows of special symbols appeared on the screen. They were all communicators they gave away over the years. He found the one that Zhang Ming had, took a deep breath, and dialed it. Ding dong, the crisp sound like blacksmithing continued for a long time, but the call didn't go through. Tadao couldn't help scratching his head and smiled awkwardly. Maybe the person is not here, or he's resting. There is also a small probability that the other party's furnace communicator is broken. I can't say for sure for the time being, or let's try again in a few hours. Wang Fumin nodded and swallowed his saliva. He didn't know whether he should relax or be nervous. It is normal that the call can't be connected. How can it be connected if the person is dead? After waiting anxiously for 2 hours, Tadao started the second contact. Sure enough, it still didn't go through. At this time, the bearded man was a little anxious. He had a vague suspicion that his communicator was broken. The snake man and the human diplomat were also a little anxious. He could only suppress his patience and wait for a few more hours. As a result, the third communication was connected. Wang Fumin straightened up instantly and pulled himself together. A black stone and a delicate little turtle appeared on the screen. Xiao Bei's voice had a hint of spiritual language, and everyone inexplicably understood the meaning. What's going on? This thing keeps ringing. You are Gundar? Who are you? A human. You look similar to Zhang Ming. Then there was another loud shout from Shimima. What? Someone is calling? Get out of the way, I'll answer the phone. The elders are doing things. Is it your turn, a turtle grandson? Xiao Bei crawled away angrily. Then he crawled back and hid aside to watch. Tadao was stunned for a moment. He naturally knew that this little turtle, the partner of the extraordinary, had the blood of a divine beast. He also knew that this stone seemed to be a lunatic. However, the turtle was driven away, so he could only bite the bullet and talk to Lord Shimima. Hello, sir. I am Gondar's younger brother, Tadar. We are looking for Lord Zhang Ming to discuss something. Wang Fumin's heart began to beat violently. He was really afraid to hear the news of his friend's death. Zhang Ming? He's dead, Shimama cursed, unceremoniously. If you have anything to say, just tell me directly. Dead. Wang Fumin's face was pale and his whole body was cold. He couldn't even hear clearly what Shimama said later. His friend was really dead. However, Tadar and others didn't react much, because this stone was crazy. If you believe the words of the madman, wouldn't you become a madman yourself? The probability of a superhuman suddenly dying is really low, even lower than the communicator breaking down. What's more, the superhuman has the source of the world in his hand, and there is no revived demon god in our world community. What disaster can make him die inexplicably? The superhuman is dead. Why don't you guys die? Mr. Shimima, we have an exchange event here, and we want to invite Mr. Zhang Ming to lead the team to participate. I hope he can come back earlier. Wang Fumin remembered his mission, and resisted the trance, and said, this exchange event involves many civilizations and is of great importance. If Mr. Zhang can come back earlier, perhaps we can gain greater benefits for our 3 civilizations. He said a few words and gave a general idea. Okay, Lord Shimima, will come back and help you make this happen. What one a civilization? It's a small matter. There was a subtle joy in the old voice. Lord Shimima couldn't help but recall the days when Zuan carried the Yanjiao people and wandered in the Sea of Demons. Although the Yanjiao civilization was rotten, it still felt good to be grateful and needed by others. It wanted to go back to that day all the time. Now, the 3 civilizations are begging it together, and the pleasure in its heart is indescribable. Wang Fumin was in a trance. On the surface, he was serious and had no reaction, but the Honggang people and the snake people were numbed by the stinky stone. We don't refuse you to come back, But more importantly, it's the extraordinary master. Why don't you notify him? Who invited you, Shimima, to lead the team? Don't you trust me, Master Shimima? Even if Lao Zhang has a little accident, I have many ways. Isn't it just a little trade exchange? Xiaobei, show your scientific research results. Move this communicator outside. Xiaobei, who was summoned and dismissed at will, looked at the mentally ill ancestor with big black pearl eyes. What scientific research results? In this crazy world, they just survived by chance. Xiaobei worked hard to move the communicator to the outside world. Tadao, Wang Fuman and others widened their eyes. This seems to be a high slope. You can see a light blue lake far away. Countless black spots are struggling in the lake. Those monsters fought frantically in the lake. In just half an hour, a creature like a bone flower stood out. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.